Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Back to the gavel, trial of P. Diddy. We won't waste your time. Let's get into some of this straight game.
Life is like the cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mia is back on the stand, and Mr. Steele is going at it again. Let's get into it and not waste your time. As we see, Mr. Combs, Mr. Steele, in 2008, 2009, you said you provided round-the-clock support, all personnel and professional needs, keeping passports, and they were all collected. Mia, I don't exactly remember that. I didn't travel. Steele, but you traveled with Mr. Combs' companies. Oh, yes. See, Brian Steele has had a lot of time over the weekend to sit back and ponder on these new questions. Mr. Steele, so when you said that they had your passport, they had everyone's passport, true? Yes. She tried to make like it was just her. Wasn't everybody else. They had my passport because he was trying to kidnap me. And not true, right? Steele, you are a strong person. Mia, I'm good at teaching people, not necessarily at enforcing things. Steele, you're a leader. Mia, I don't know about that. So now she don't know about being a leader. And she was hired to do what? She was an assistant. She was hired to watch Cassie. She told P. Diddy about Cassie and Kid Cudi. So evidently she knew how to lead in some kind of capacity, correct? Amazing. It's amazing, man. It's amazing. It is truly amazing. One minute they know something, the next minute they don't know nothing. So now Mia knew everything last week. You know what I mean? She basically claimed that Sean P. Diddy Combs had assaulted and R-worded her on numerous occasions. She was the one that told Sean P. Diddy Combs about Kid Cudi and Cassie having a relationship. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, she has a little bit of buyer's remorse, if you will, in regards to Sean P. Diddy Combs and having a relationship. She evidently wanted more. She created scrapbooks for Sean P. Diddy Combs. This is someone who had basically, according to Mia, ruined her life, right? Yeah, this is the testimony, and so they continue today. We're gonna see exactly where this goes from that perspective. Thank you guys for tuning in with me early. Sticky, Block Rocker, Classy, Stacy Owens, Miss KP Bailey, good morning. And also good morning to all of the people that have not joined the chat. We appreciate you also being in the background. Thank you. We appreciate that. So now this young lady, Mia, I think he's asking, like I said, once again, she wanted everybody to believe that they took her passport. I think she wanted to be more like Cassie. Remember, Cassie had testified they went to Cannes Film Festival, and they had took her passport, or she was trying to leave and she didn't have her passport. Mia is testifying basically somewhat to the same thing in the same way, but she didn't tell the prosecutors because she said that they had her passport. She basically didn't say what was really going on, and what was really going on is they had everybody's passport from that perspective. Why they would need it, I don't know, but that's what was going on at that particular time. As you said, Mr. Steele, in 2008, 2009, you said you provided round-the-clock support, all personnel and professional needs, keeping passports. They were all collected, right? Oh, I don't exactly remember. I didn't travel still, but you traveled with Mr. Combs' companies. Oh, yes. You know what I mean? It gets sketchy about a moment. Her testimony gets sketchy about a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, Mr. Steele, so when you said they had your passport, they had everyone's passport, true? Oh, yes. You know what I mean? Steele, you are a strong person. I'm good at teaching people, not necessarily at enforcing things. Steele, you're a leader. Mia, I don't know about that. So she don't know about being a leader, if she's a leader or not. Are you a follower? I mean, help us out here. We trying to really, grasp and have some understanding about this, if you will. Yeah, I think we. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. 33 seconds ago, Combs, Steele, you speak up for yourself. Mia, no. Steele, but you empower others. True? Yes. Steele, let's look at your text messages in 1730 ET SEQ. Mia, I sound like me. Steele, show the jury 1733. You left Mr. Combs' employment in March of 2017. Yes. See, they're ready to catch her up now. She lying and saying she don't speak up. She trying to make like she's a docile deer, and it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Here we go. prosecution gonna have their hands, their situation. What I could basically tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna go back and try to focus on the parts where she said that she was assaulted, but right now it's not gonna match up with the actual live testimony in regards to what happened at that time. The revisionist story that she's trying to tell now is going to be what that exactly is going to be, but it's not going to match up with the testimony, or should I say the exhibits, like in 1730 and 1733. It's just simply not going to match up. You'll see. Watch. So now she don't speak up for herself. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Steele, why did you write to Mr. Combs for Christmas 2018? Please read it. I'm sorry, what did you write for Mr. Combs and Christmas of 2018? Please read it. Mia, Merry Christmas. I love you. And the New Year's. I had just seen him at Kim's funeral. Steele, you reached out to him? Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lying, dude. She's like, listen. Mia, Merry Christmas. I love you. I love you? You say Diddy ruined your life. This is 2018. She no longer even works for him. Merry Christmas. I love you. I think Cassie gonna have a problem with this. If they haven't sat down and kumbaya'd about the fact that that Mia and Diddy had a relationship, or she didn't come clean about this, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Oh, you was loving him at the same time Cassie was. She can't overlook this. If she does, then she really just wants to turn a blind eye to what happened. It's just as simple as that. There's no excuse, ladies and gentlemen. None. Zero. Zilch. So, like I said, if Cassie wants to turn a blind eye to this, then okay, Cassie can. That's Cassie's business. But at the end of the day, Mia was a snake. Yep. Mia was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Or in sheep's saying, if you will. I love you. Come on, man. She said the man allegedly sexually assaulted her 3 or 4 times. And she's writing him. Oh, this was after Kim's funeral. What do you mean? What that got to do with her? You. I mean, what? Oh, I love you. What? No. Sorry for your family's loss. Blase blah. All of the rest of the stuff. You're not loving somebody that you said that did you like Diddy did you. Point blank, period. And then get up on the stand and now she cries. So, but, hey, different stroke for different folk, like I said. And not knowing that Mia sued Diddy for $10 million, ladies and gentlemen. $10 million. If you didn't know that. So she filed a $10 million lawsuit against Diddy, y'all. She up there she's trying to stand on that money. She ain't trying to stand on the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Steele, this 2019 message, Mia, I wrote that I had a nightmare. I was being chased by R. Kelly, and you saved me. Oh my God, no, she didn't. But yes, she did. Yes, she did, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the share button. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Steele is coming with the magic today. On this Monday morning. Combs as Steele, 2019 message. Mia, I wrote, I had a nightmare and I was being chased by R. Kelly and you saved me. I told you they had text messages that would basically debunk all of this stuff that she said earlier, and you saved me. Steele, the person you say raped you saved you? Objection. Judge says need to rephrase. Here, what did you write? Mia, sending you all the love in the world. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, she's done. Mia is done. Mia is done, ladies and gentlemen. Sending you all the love, not in Harlem, not in the Bronx, not in Queens, not in New York, but in the world. She's sending all of the love in the world to Diddy. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Help us out, please. Help us out, please. We trying to understand Mia. Mia got caught up. She's caught up on the stand, man. Good morning, everybody. Ann, Aaron C, Classy, Poe the Great, Dia M, Queen for Life, E Styles, what's good? Oh man, you see it. You see Brian Steele exposing her today, man. I told you he was gonna have time to think over the weekend. Combs, what did you write to Mr. Combs for Christmas in 2018? Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, she did not work for Diddy anymore. She left in 2017. Mia, Merry Christmas. I love you. In the New Year's, I had just seen him at Kim's funeral. Still, you reached out to him? Absolutely. Oh my God, she's absolute about it. She's vodka about it. You know what I mean? She's had absolute vodka about it. You know what I mean? Combs, hold on. This 2019 message, Mia, I wrote, I had a nightmare and I was being chased by R. Kelly and you saved me. Still, the person you say raped you saved you? Objection. The judge said needs to rephrase. Still here, what did you write? Mia, sending you all the love in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a lady who said that Sean P. Diddy Combs took advantage of her and sexually assaulted her on four times. She's writing him not only in 2018, but also in 2019. She's 2 years removed from her job. What's really going on? Amazing. This is amazing, y'all. You can't, like I said, you can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. You simply can't make it up. I like I said, I don't know. The prosecution has brought this young lady up here. Where did they get her from? Who is her civil lawyer? And what did they think that they were going to get from this situation? Right? I really don't know. I really can't tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, this is baffling. This is you know, like I said, she's being exposed today. Today is her expose. Today is her expose, and rightfully so. Like I said, once again, you know, if the news media does not come out and talk about how she got tripped up and dipped up on the stand, right? Look, here we go again. See, when it get kind of hectic for the prosecution, first thing they want to do is have a sidebar. Look, check it out. Look. Combs, what? See, she said, what didn't you understand, Mr. Combs? What didn't you understand? Well, so I'm thinking he's saying, why didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was so brutal to her? How do you write this? Judge, objection. argumentative. The prosecution, objection, argumentative. No, that's not argumentative. That's a fair question. You say that Mr. Combs was brutal to you. He treated you like, he ruined your life. You're sitting here now. These are fair questions, right? These are fair questions. No, it's fair questions. Your client, Diddy, is on trial for his life, right? They're talking about all in the media. He could face life in prison. He could face life in prison. Donald Trump, let me tell you something. If Donald Trump is listening to any of this, he gonna pardon Diddy. She's lying. This lady is 2 years removed from being fired or for being let go and not working for Diddy more in 2000. So, okay, if we give her the benefit of the doubt for the 2018 text message, right? I love you. And, she said, okay, it was just at the Kim's funeral. And then 2019, she sent him another text talking about, man, hold on, man. What's going on, man? She sent him another text talking about, I love you more. I'm sending you all the love in the world. What? Wow. Like I said, this is where we are. And as soon as it gets tricky for the prosecution, they objection, argumentative. No, it's not argumentative. Oh, you're trying to argue with me. I don't want to argue. No, that's not what it is. The man is on trial for his life. And they keep playing these games. Now, I told y'all Brian Steele was going to give her the business. Come on, mainstream media. We got to report this truth now. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. I appreciate everybody coming through this morning. J Mac, what's good? And 411. Natalie got you, what's good? Eula Holmes. Yeah, the R. Kelly thing. Oh, I had a dream. You know what I mean? Just trying to make up dry conversation. Wasn't really about nothing. Amazing though, man. This is crazy, man. The things people do for money, man. Things people do for money. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're in the sidebar. Wow. Basically. Like, how dare you call me out? How dare he call me out? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We move on. Let's go. They're back. Mr. Steele. Now, May 14th, 2020, ladies, from April, from 2018, 2019, 2020. Steele. Now, May 14th, and you texted Mr. Combs, what? Mia, my heart is broken about Dr. Dre and my spirituality. I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's that they have completed their mission. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not somebody who was sexually assaulted by Sean P. Diddy Combs, ladies and gentlemen. This is somebody who had a secret relationship behind her so-called friend Cassie Ventura's back, and she didn't give a damn. She was trying, and then look, now here you come. She see Cassie got some money. She wanted to be just like Cassie. She filed a $10 million lawsuit. See, they didn't tell you about that. Hopefully they're going to get to that. Mr. Steele, what's this about? He auditioned for the James Brown part that Chad Boseman got. I told Puff I'd email him videos of his audition. Steele, you cared about she said, I'm sorry, you carried about a video camera, right? I think he said you cared about a video camera. Mia, he required me to do it pre-iPhone. I was required. Wow. Good God Almighty, man. Wow. They moving pretty fast this morning, ladies and gentlemen, which is awesome. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Very much appreciated. Mr. Steele, you have no text messages. Mia, they should be one on direct. Oh, she said, oh, he said, you have no text messages. Mia, they showed me one on direct. Steele, showing what? Pup saying, fuck it. Let's go to war. Nothing else. Oh, wow. Only reaching nothing. Oh, so sorry. Nothing else. Oh my God. Listen, y'all. She exposing herself, ladies and gentlemen. She exposing herself. Big time. Big time. So Mr. Steele said, you have no text messages? Mia, they showed me one on direct. Steele, showing what? Mia, Puff saying, fuck it. Let's go to war. Nothing else? Only reading out to other people's in the office things others had seen. Oh, uh-oh. I think Brian's still trying to get to something. They basically, oh man, woo-wee. She said only reaching out to other people in the office things others had seen. I don't know what she means by that. Wow. Shout out to Inner City Press coming with the Mr. Steele, what did you write here? Mia, I wrote, we had so many funny memories. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, get her off the stand. No better yet, keep her up here. Yeah, they keep her up there. Yeah. Y'all had so many what? We had so many funny memories. Oh my God. Steele, anything in your phone about being brutalized by Mr. Combs? I don't think so. Steele, how would you find out? How would we find out? Look at the prosecution. They over there getting crushed. Brian Steele is putting down the steel on the prosecution and their witness. Are you serious? Are you serious? What in the hell is going on with our justice system, man? She evidently wasn't vetted for her testimony. Once again, Brian Steele, what did you write here? Mia, I wrote, we had so many funny memories. Funny memories? She said Diddy brutalized her, ruined her life. And you texting him about funny memories in 2020? 2 years after you left the job and no longer work for him? Still, anything in your phone about being brutalized by Mr. Combs? Mia, I don't think so. Absolutely not. How would we find out? Prosecution objection. Judge, sustained. Oh, he's going in with the gauntlet, ladies and gentlemen. It's serious. It's serious. Come on, y'all, what's going on? She's suing for $10 million. She ain't gonna get it. She not gonna get a red cent. Please. Are you kidding me? Anything? Nothing about being brutalized? To nobody? Not even Cassie? Combs, Mr. Steele, Mia, didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write, today he sexually assaulted me? Did y'all hear that? Mia, didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write, today he sexually assaulted me? I did not have time and would not have written that. Still, August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you, glad you're well. Love, please send me the footage for the doc. Ladies and gentlemen, they're communicating openly. We've been hoodwinked. We've been led astray by the media, y'all. We've been led astray by the media. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not joined or subscribed to the channel, please do. This is serious. And sometimes they sustain objections based on the fact that the way that the lawyer acts, like Brian Steele, he's really going in. He's really doing a hell of a job. Brian Steele is earning his money. This is what real lawyers do. All of that other stuff, BBC, sometimes we'll see reenactments, but this is what a real lawyer does who has real information trying to defend their client. It's serious, man. They told us that Diddy was fighting for his life, and he is. But right now, this young lady has been lying, ladies and gentlemen. This is a clear lie, a clear fabrication. She is also suing and has sued Diddy for $10 million. And guess what? You best believe in any kind of civil litigation, her this testimony in this criminal trial will be used. Or they're gonna be, she's never complained not once that, he brutalized me. You gotta be kidding. You see it right here, right? Diddy wrote to her in 2020, August 29th. He wrote to you, glad you're well. Love. Glad you're well, love. And I'm curious as to what she wrote back. What did you write back, Mia? Good God Almighty. I guess they wanted the jury. This is why they sometimes pick the juries that they want, right? Right, check it out now. Look, hold on. Ooh, y'all, here we go. Boom. Explosion. Get the likes up, get the shares up. We doing it this morning with the live gavel, the gavel coverage. Combs Steele. It's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You said, I remember the bad times, right? Mia, I would never have said that. Still, because it's not true. Because it's not true. Smizer, the objection by the prosecution, the judge said you overruled this time. We letting it all out today. We not playing with her today. This woman is up here lying. Still, you wrote what? I love you too. Ooh, Cassie, your homegirl ain't your homegirl, Cassie. Your homegirl was laying in bed with your man, Cassie, behind your back, playgirl. Let's get it. What do we? I think we do. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a picture of this young lady here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, if you have not got the book, get the book right here, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. But not for that one. We on this right here. This is the young lady, ladies and gentlemen. Smiling with Cassie. Look at her. What they say? They smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. What are they, ladies and gentlemen? Put in the chat, what are they? They backstabbers. They backstabbers. This is the young lady that's on the stand right now, according to reports. Allegedly, as they like to say, right? Okay, look, stop playing. I'm telling y'all, man. You see it right here. Huh? Listen, and I just want to go over this one more time. Still, Mia, didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write that he sexually assaulted me? Mia, I did not have time, and I would not have written that. Still, August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you, glad you're well. Love, please send me the footage for the doc, right? For the documentary. Combs, still, it's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You could say, I remember the bad times, right? Mia, I would never have said that. Still, because it's not true. And she knows it's not true. She's been lying. The prosecution tries to quickly object, Your Honor. The judge overruled. Still, you wrote what? In response to what Diddy wrote to you about love. Love you too. Cassie, your girlfriend's a bum. Your girlfriend's a bum, Cassie. She was jockeying for your spot, Cassie. Yeah, she was jockeying for your spot. Everything was consensual. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. When she was testifying, the media, the mass media was like, oh, she's testifying about the racketeering and lies. Who are they lying for? Y'all got to ask that question. It's big companies that do advertising on their networks too. I wonder which big company that is. See, now we get into really what's going on. This is not about racketeering, ladies and gentlemen. This is not about racketeering. It can't be. Not with this kind of testimony. Not with this. Listen, check it out. Mia, I wrote so many crazy things like Mick Jagger trying to take me home. Listen, y'all. Mick Jagger tried to take her home, according to her. And that Baccarat game, my pink bedazzled iPhone. There are trillions of stories. Of course. I'll send you. She said, I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you? I've got you. She says, I've got you. Oh my God. She's got him. Oh, no, you know what? No, I got you. I got you. I got you. Wow. Mr. Steele, why didn't you write, you bamboozled me, talking to Diddy? Not other people bamboozled you, but you bamboozled me, right? Mia, because I was brainwashed. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. She was brainwashed by whom? Mia, Puff, Steele. How did he bamboozle you with a part of his body without your consent? I think he meant in you. He's basically saying, how did he bamboozle you with a part of his body in you without your consent? Smizer, objection. The judge, sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Steele is going for the gauntlet. He's exposing every ounce of being in this woman right now. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Listen, if you're watching a news network that comes out today after this testimony and after this expose, if you watch in any news network that comes out and tells you anything other than what's going on right now, you need to never watch them again because they lying. And then you got to question why are they lying? Why are they telling us what they're telling you? Because it simply doesn't make any sense, ladies and gentlemen. It just simply doesn't make any sense. Nope, it doesn't. They might have another sidebar now. Let's say, let Brian Steele cook, y'all. Stop with these old mediocre objections, right? Huh? Stop with these mediocre objections. Once again, and then you have other, I love you. I'm sending him support and love. Yes, Mia. You're sending somebody who allegedly, listen, former assistant testifies she didn't tell anybody about the abuse from Mr. Combs at the time, Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia, a former assistant to Diddy Combs, if she told anyone about the abuse she had endured from Mr. Combs while it was happening. Do you have anything where you contemporaneously wrote to a friend, family member, police officer, anybody, not just anybody? Are y'all listening to the question? This is a more giving you more context, if you will. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, if she told anyone about the abuse she said she endured from Mr. Combs while it was happening. Do you have anything where you contemporaneously wrote to a friend, family member, police officer, anybody, and said that this was going on? I'm being assaulted, berated, anything? Steele asked. And guess what she said, ladies and gentlemen? No, the only time I reached out for help was very subtly to people in the office, but not disclosing things that other people hadn't witnessed. Mia responded, no, I would never. What? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Boy, that money make a motherfucker do strange things, man. Listen, Steele went on to ask Mia if the text messages shown today, including instances where she sent holiday greetings and said, I love you, demonstrate almost a loving relationship between Mia and Combs. I'm sending him support and love. Yes. So she testified, listen, because we didn't get that. This is more in detail. Brian Steele went on to ask Mia if the text message just shown today, including instances she sent him Diddy on the holiday greetings and said, I love you, demonstrate almost a loving relationship between me and Combs. Her testimony, her response, yes, I'm sending him love and support, Mia said. They playing with us, y'all. This is what they do. Diddy coming with that A game, man. I don't care what nobody say. Them lawyers he got ain't playing. He got 10 lawyers, player. Like I told y'all before, people's like, oh yeah, you seem like you pro Diddy. I don't need to be pro Diddy. He got some of the best legal minds in the country, ladies and gentlemen. I love it when it plays out like this. We have a very powerful government, man. You know, and like I said, this came from Cassie's situation. We understood the domestic violence and all of that, right? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Mr. Steele, Combs, what does brainwashing mean, Mia? The highs were really high and the lows were really low. I was punished whenever Puff was violent, making me believe I had done something wrong. He was praised by the public. What the hell? That ain't got nothing to do with you. Steele, you were aware of the Me Too movement. No outcry out of you. Why? Mia, he said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. Yeah, he was going to tell Cassie that y'all was in a relationship and you was dealing with him behind his back, right? That's what he was going to tell her. As a matter of fact, since Mia wanted to volunteer, that she went and told Cassie that Mia was, she went and told Diddy that Cassie was having a relationship with Kid Cudi, but wouldn't tell Cassie that Diddy had allegedly sexually assaulted her. So she cared more about she was hating. She was trying to divide and conquer. She was thinking that Diddy was going to leave Cassie for her. We didn't even know about this girl until she popped up in court, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, us in the public sphere, right? Mia, he said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. I internalized blame and shame. Still, who threatened to tell Miss Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly sexually assaulting you? Puff? Watch this follow-up. I know where he's going with this. Watch this follow-up, y'all. So Ryan Steele, who threatened to tell Miss Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly sexually assaulting you? Right? Wow. She didn't just answer that like that. She didn't just answer that like that, y'all. Did y'all catch that one? The question, who threatened to tell Miss Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly sexually assaulting you? Puff. Think about what she just answered to, y'all. I don't think she just understand that she been put in the biggest trick bag of her life. She just testified. What? So Diddy gonna go tell Cassie, you know I've been sexually assaulting your friend. And she just said, Puff. Oh my God. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, no. See, when you file something in a civil case and you saying somebody did something right, and then you come back and you think about it, and it's like, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Mr. Steele, why didn't you respond? Great. Let's tell everything. What you did to me. Objection. Sustained. Let's move on. Right? But that's a fair question. That's a fair question, right? Steele, you said you have a moral obligation to speak up. Now I do. Why not in 2017? I was brainwashed. Get the fuck out of here, man. She was coached. They knew what was coming up. They coached her over the weekend. I was brainwashed. How? Stockholm, yeah, okay, Stockholm Syndrome is a thing. Stockholm Syndrome is a thing. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. These people have lost their mind. They have lost their mind. And if you're not a clinical psychologist or psychiatrist, you can't diagnose her with Stockholm Syndrome. Have you been diagnosed with Stockholm Syndrome? Combs, Mr. Steele, when did you first say me too? Mia, she said, when did you first say me too? When I first saw him being held responsible. Now I have therapy. Mr. Combs wrote, I gotta find that. You got a copy? What does that refer to? Mia, I think he means the James Brown video. Steele, the scrapbook. Right? Wow. This is sad, y'all. People are talking about people out here wanting people to be guilty. They keep offering up these surreptitious ass excuses. You're not their therapist. You can't. We just going by what the testimony is versus the messages and things that she was sending to Diddy, right? The first question, why didn't you respond? Great. Let's tell everyone what you did to me. Objection by the prosecution. Judge sustained. Let's move on. No, why? That's a fair question. She's saying that he threatened to tell all of this stuff about, why didn't you say, well, come on, absolutely. As a matter of fact, let's call the police too. Wow. Amazing. Amazing, y'all. This is crazy, man. Somehow they want us to overlook everything. I want to know how long this recross gonna take, right? Mia, I wrote, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you for a birthday in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so you could walk on not giving a fuck. If y'all can't find it, I will. But I didn't. Man, she being exposed, man. Mia, I wrote, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you for a birthday in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so you could walk not giving a fuck, right? If y'all can't find it, I will. Still, you had a PDF? Mia, I thought so. Wow. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. Get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. And click the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know we over here giving nothing but straight game. We're not talking about what they're saying. We're talking about what they're not saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is very serious. Yeah, this is very serious, y'all. This is very serious. When you think about life and you think about people who have really been sexually assaulted, things like that, like I said, when I first moved to California, man, my next door neighbor was sexually assaulted by her cousin, and she was still a virgin, ladies and gentlemen. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget it because a few years back, I ran into her at the airport at LAX, and I seen her at the baggage claim. And when I looked up and I seen her, boy, I could see it on her face. I seen it on her face. She ain't never got over it. She ain't never got over it. This is not a game. People are saying shit that people did things to them about money, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a fucking game. I'm sorry. I've seen it. When after it happened, because I would go talk to her every day. We right next door to each other, and when I came out the door, her front door was open, a little bit ajar. And I was like, front door, knocked on the door. Hey, yo, what's up? And I walked in a little bit. I was like, hey, what's up? What's happening? What you up to? She was in her mom's room, on her mom's bed, shaking like a leaf. I've never said, well, I was heartbroken. Good friend, good people. She couldn't even use the phone. I had to we called the paramedics, we called the police. Her mom was at work. Ladies and gentlemen, I seen it. I seen the aftermath. This is not somebody right here who was, yeah. So when somebody telling you something like that, and it doesn't happen the same way all the time, and everybody doesn't respond to it the same way all the time, but this is not it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, P-Funk, yeah. Thank you for the happy birthday, P-Funk. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, like I'm telling you, I seen it at LAX, dude. I could see it on her face. And I couldn't even really say nothing. I mean, I didn't want to bring it up, say nothing, how you doing, whatever. And her cousin got 10 years. She wasn't no waiting around, he was high on PCP. That was the excuse or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, another world, So I share that to say that when I see stuff like this, it's just so disheartening, man. For $1, man. Mr. Steele, what did you write here? Mia, my grandma went into hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event here in my hometown. C'est la vie. Fucking crush it and make history. Heart emoji. She's sending heart emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Still, deepest sympathy for your grandmother. Mr. Steele expresses to her, my deepest sympathy for your grandmother. Right? Mia, thanks. Combs, Steele, what was this about? Mia, there had been some terrible event with the police. Pharrell organized an event to change the narrative of the beach week, which I think is a college thing. I think it's probably in Virginia. We're talking about the same thing. Still, you wanted to see Mr. Combs? I did not. I only said so. Oh, so you're lying. See, little things like that, right, is where Brian Steele will watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, she's not only lying about that, she's lying about all of this stuff, man. See, when she and when you got to be consistent about the lies that you're telling, right? Right or wrong? Combs still. What was this about? Mia. There had been some terrible event with the police. Pharrell organized an event to change the narrative of Beach Week, which I think is a college thing still. So you wanted to see Mr. Combs? I did not. I only said so. Ladies and gentlemen. So were you lying about your grandmother too? So was the thing about your grandmother a lie? See, because she don't know what she's doing. She don't know what she's doing, ladies and gentlemen. She telling stories, and then when confronted with the stories about what she's telling, like, man. Wow. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, please. Wow. Woo. Natalie Gotchi, thank you so much for the birthday wish. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for everybody in the chat wishing me a happy birthday. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Very much appreciate it. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. She said, I only said so. She said, when asked, so you wanted to see Mr. Combs? She was like, no, I only said so. What? Really? Is that what we're doing? Wow. 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 Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see what they're going to report today, ladies and gentlemen. Mia, my hometown. Oh, she from Virginia Beach. Okay. My hometown of Virginia Beach doesn't usually get this type of attention. Combs, still, you're telling the jury you were scared of Mr. Combs, true? True. I was scared of him when he was scary. Oh, God. Oh, man. I was scared of him when he was scary. Still, listen to 1750. Tell me if you recognize it. Excuse me. Tell me if you recognize 17. So they're going through another exhibit, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Another piece of evidence. Tell me if you, like I said once again, like I said, for all of the victims who have ever been assaulted or the R word or whatever, like I said, my heart go out to you. This is a serious thing. This is not to be utilized like this. And I want to see, listen to 1750 and tell me if you recognize it. I'm wondering what this is, because like I told you, it's one thing that, have a little bit of money and being able to, mount a great defense, if you will. It's another thing, and as we can see, that money does matter. It's another thing to be able to have some of the best lawyers, some of the best private investigators, some of the best forensic investigators. So like the prosecution presented their side, but also the defense has forensic investigators too. And every piece of evidence that the prosecution tends to use in the case, the defense gets. and to get a chance to really go through it with a fine-tooth comb and try to, find, evidence to support their argument. Mr. Steele, I move to admit 1750 and 1750R. Judge, Miss Smizer, prosecution, we object. You see, they're not trying to get to the truth, ladies and gentlemen. They're really not trying to get to the truth, ladies and gentlemen. This is not about truth. This is about slander. This is about trying to embarrass Sean P. Diddy Combs. Look, once again, here comes the prosecution ready to object. And here we go with the sidebar. Why would they object? This is evidence that they're trying to submit based on the fact that they're trying to basically, you can see right now that the prosecution has something to hide. They don't want the truth out, man. As long as they can sit up there and they can tell their side of the story. And you got to understand, ladies and gentlemen, in the court of law, the prosecution has the burden of proof, right? The defense has to counter their argument, right? Showing that what the prosecution is saying couldn't be true, but basically creating some reasonable doubt. You see it right here. You see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Steele says, I move to admit 1750 and 1750R. Judge, Ms. Smizer, USA Smizer, we object. The proper basis for admission has not been established. Judge, let's have a sidebar. Now, I really don't like these sidebars either. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. What are we doing? What are we hiding? Let's have a sidebar between us. It's like, come on, man. Everything that's been public scrutiny and all of the embarrassing things and all of that stuff, all of that's been allowed to be in the public. The lies about the little kids and all of this other stuff, right? Now, all of a sudden, we get to the real meat and potatoes of the situation, and it's this thing, sidebar, I object. Why? Why the objection? Well, I mean, at this particular point, if that's the case, Mark Jag, if that's the case, E Styles, what's good? Thank you, E Styles. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you too, man, for coming back. More importantly, like I say, thanks for all of the birthday wishes. But like what Mark Jag said, they want his image to be smeared to the point that he doesn't get any more encouragement deals. This ain't even about that. Man, listen, Diddy paid Cassie $20 million, right? If he never got another, Diddy got a private jet. Right now, he renting out to other rich people that don't even know he own it, right? At the end of the day, this ain't about knowing other deals or nothing like that. The last album he put out, minus us knowing anything about this situation before Cassie filed her lawsuit, didn't do well. Diddy was never known to be that guy on the mic. Everything that he did, it was Sauce Money wrote, I'll be every little step you take, the what's the name remake. So he never was considered a lyricist, this guy. We know Big helped write some of his rhymes. We know 50 was writing for him. He never was that guy, right? You know what I mean? Fatima, welcome, Fatima. He never was that guy, right? So we know that his last album flopped if it did 50,000 units. or 50,000 downloads in totality of the whole album. Diddy wasn't worried about that. Diddy had liquor deals. I don't know how much money Diageo paid him when they settled that lawsuit. But if he could pay Cassie $20 million, dude caked the fuck up. Let's be clear. So any kind of deal that anybody was talking, it doesn't really matter at this particular point. He got 10 lawyers. 10 of some of the best legal minds in the country. You know what I mean? It's probably going to be a hefty legal bill, but hey, I would think that he probably could handle it, you know, from what we see. I'm talking about the way that this is done. Imagine if you were defended and you don't have this kind of money from that perspective, right? So guess what? The judge just admitted 1750 and 1750R. The prosecution just lost. The prosecution just lost the what's the name, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna play this right here. This is old Sarah wishing Diddy a happy birthday, y'all. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear it. There she go. Oh my God. Here she go. Ooh. Ooh, look, y'all. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I got to turn this up.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday. Revolt.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tape that they didn't want us to see, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they didn't want us to see. They didn't want us to see that in court, ladies and gentlemen. We see her demeanor, ladies and gentlemen. Used to block rock. I say I like how she likes to keep it glossy. Hey, E Styles, one more time for E Styles. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. Absolutely. We say, J Mac, did she ever get $1 billion for 10 years? I'm telling y'all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, look, man, this is serious. And the crazy part about it is they didn't want this video in. When you talk about somebody being traumatic, I'm just looking at her demeanor, right? Her demeanor doesn't tell me anything about being traumatic, ladies and gentlemen. Her demeanor doesn't tell me anything about being traumatic. Wow. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. It said, SLLE44 said more trailer trash. Yeah, JP, a six gunner. JP say for people who don't understand the significance, Puff birthday is when she claims he SA'd her and she's celebrating it. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. And you right, JP, a six gunner. I can't see why the judge didn't let this in. Oh, it has so much significance because here it is. And she's like, oh, let's fuck shit up. What? The living legend. Oh, look, man, look. And I wanna bring you in on something, ladies and gentlemen. If you could understand what she's doing now, the betrayal, the lies, all of those things that she's coming up with now. She's suing Diddy. She will not win her civil lawsuit. I want to know who's her civil lawyer. Because it'll speak volumes if we find that out. Um, she said she's Margaret Singer's offspring. Right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta watch who you let into your orbit, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta watch who you let into your orbit, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is serious. This is serious, man. Somebody could come up after working for you. You paid them hundreds of $1,000s a year, and supposed to be Cassie's best friend. And she did this. Now she going in trying to get a buck, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now you're gonna have some YouTube channels. They gonna just scan right over that. They ain't gonna play that. They ain't gonna play that. Why would I play that? Yeah, why would they play that? So it's a lot of YouTube channels out here that's claiming that they reporting the truth. They're not reporting the truth, ladies and gentlemen. You just seen it. You just seen it. And like I said, we use that for entertainment purposes only. Wow. Sarah. She's iced out the bag. And the cold part about it is, listen, then they would pick a Mia is a Latin name. They would pick a Latin name for a Caucasian female, ladies and gentlemen. What did they want us to think? Mia. Or Maya. Whichever one you want to, well, however you want to go with it, right? Mia. Maya. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Just had a brief moment. I had to handle some business. So again, so basically, the prosecution, right? Until now, had been objecting to exhibits and turning over private correspondences of the witnesses. We have now sat through hours of humiliating cross. Mr. Steele has insulted this witness, saying things like, God forbid, after things she said. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not going the way that they thought it would go. Now the prosecution is whining. When they thought that it was going their way, they had nothing to say. The prosecution, one by one, Your Honor, let the exhibits in. By now, cumulatively, we have reached harassment. Not true. Given the tone, we do not think continuing this is appropriate. They don't want her up on the stand no more, ladies and gentlemen. They want her gone. Ladies and gentlemen, they don't want her on the stand anymore. She's not working for them like they thought they would. I love you. I love you. I love you. She has carried herself with grace. This is adding to trauma. To the trauma. Eyes are on trial. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it's not. So basically what the prosecution is saying is if they can humiliate, degrade, embarrass with salacious allegations that have not been proven, have not been reported to the police, or none of that, then they're cool with that. Oh, we just want to get our case. It's not going to work. We see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, in real time. In real time right now, we see what's going on. Do not be fooled. Please learn from this. Please learn from this. Because there's so many people that have went through this, black, white, and otherwise. I ain't even going to say this with black, white, and otherwise, right? Once again, the prosecution, other victims in other trials will become aware of this, Judge. I have not seen yelling. Listen to what the judge is telling her. She over here sitting here. Listen to me. The prosecution is sitting here. Miss Miser is trying to sit here and tell the judge what he's actually watching. The judge says, I have not seen yelling. My understanding is that that his God forbid is an apology, not an attempt to intimidate. But the argumentative questions is Mr. Steele here. You're repeating yourself. Okay, that's fair, right? Judge, if I feel you are asking questions just to ask them, I'm going to tell you to move on. Understood? Mr. Steele, I understand. Judge, I don't see improper treatment here, Miss Comey. Now, Miss Comey is the daughter of the former FBI agent, James Comey, right? Miss Comey, right? So you know Donald Trump don't like the prosecution. They better stop playing. She better not make herself known a little bit more than she's making herself known right now, or Diddy's gonna get a pardon anyway because Donald Trump gonna see that Comey's daughter was on the prosecution, ladies and gentlemen. And he was being prosecuted because he was a friend of Donald Trump's at one time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, if any, Donald Trump don't even care. He don't even care. He don't care no more. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, and Diddy got the kind of money that, hey, like I said, he can fight this, right? And the judge says, I don't see improper treatment here, Miss Comey. But I will continue to watch. Still, I saw photographs of 1799, 1 through 25. Don't get mad now because the case that you tried to present is now falling apart. What I love you text messages and I miss you text messages and I missed your event text messages and all of that stuff. You can't get mad now. You brought the case. You should have vetted the witness and understood that she was not going to be a good witness. Ladies and gentlemen, do you understand that this young lady has been on the stand longer than Cassie Ventura herself at this particular point? I'm going to say it one more time. Do you understand that this young lady, Sarah, has been up on the stand longer than Cassie Ventura at this particular point? Why? You got to ask yourself why. Did they think that she was going to be convincing enough to the some members of the jury about what she was saying? Notice, they didn't even take Cassie through this type of cross-examination that they're taking this young lady through. Why? We seen the videotape with Cassie. Cassie was pregnant, right? Cassie got paid her money. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember anything about the Cassie testimony? Right. SLLE 44. Universal LASIK say all them chickens has a line. No, like I said, once again, Cassie got paid. She got chipped off. Y'all got to understand, really truly see what's going on here. This young lady had a relationship behind Cassie back with Diddy, right? She basically said to herself, if I can allege some of the things that Cassie alleged, maybe I can get half the money she got. That's why she sued for $10 million, right? Or I can get a third of the money that she got. Because Cassie originally, I think, was asking for like $30 million or something like that, but she got 20. Y'all gotta, you gotta be able to see through it. Well, no, it wasn't that she was pregnant. No, they just didn't. Each and every time a lawyer for the defense, when they cross-examine, they pick, Diddy got 10 lawyers. Notice, each and every lawyer picks somebody that they're going to choose, they're going to do the cross on, right? So Brian Steele was for her, the perfect match, right? She's a Caucasian young lady. Brian Steele's a Caucasian young man, man. And so when you deal with that, you understand that is to not create any kind of racial animus or anything like that. Once again, Brian Steele got Young Thug off of his RICO case, right? You know, he been down this road before with the lies and the alleging and, you know, nobody here, listen, at least in the Young Thug case, people basically pled guilty. It was, you know, this is a one-man RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. Are we still you understand what I'm saying? It's impossible. So now basically they saying that, hey, well, you know what? He ran this whole case. It was his plan. Right. Hold on. There was Gunner and all these other people that was with YSL or whatever you wanted to call it. Some of them guys pled guilty. Because there was really, I guess, something that they got them on. It was a lot of people locked up. Ladies and gentlemen, the only person that's locked up in this alleged RICO is Diddy. RB, what's happening? Appreciate you. Miss KP Bailey, what's good? Hustle Hard back. What's happening? Queen for life. Pamela Blanford. Anthony X, what's good? There is no RICO case, man. The young lady, she's coming and talking about domestic violence also, right? Listen, here we go. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Judge, can I see them? The prosecution, we don't have stamped versions of these. They're trying to delay. Listen to, we don't have stamped versions of these. Do you have the photos? Prosecutors, yes, but we won't know which ones you are referring to. Judge, Mr. Steele, why don't you have these stamped copies of these? Steele, only saw this morning, right? Judge, just show them to me one by one. Next, Mr. Steele, what is the relevance? Mr. Steele, impeachment. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, impeachment. She said she had no time for herself to tell others, right? These images show Mia with friends and family over the years. Absolutely. See, he coming for the gauntlet, man. Listen, Brian Steele is not playing. We're going to impeach this witness with the lies and the testimony of that she said. Point blank, period. The prosecution yelling about, oh, they're not stamped. We don't know which one he's going to show. Well, the judge said, well, look, just show them to me one by one. Next, right? Mr. Steele, what is the relevance? Brian Steele, impeachment. She said she had no time for herself to tell others. These images show Mia with friends and family over the years. And hopefully in the timeline, right? From when she said it happened up until now. Brian Steele in the building, man. Click the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Share this. Let them know we over here at Straight Game getting it in. The judge, why would baby showers have relevance? Why not just ask questions about this? Why show these? Combs, because I like to do the impeachment that way. Absolutely. You see what the judge just asked him? The judge asked him, because the judge, well, let's be clear. Brian, like I said, unless the judge objects to it, right? Brian Steele can do the cross any way he wants to, right? Within the realm of doing the cross, right? So the judge asks him, why baby showers? Why do baby showers have relevance? Why not just ask questions about this? Why show these? Mr. Steele says, because I like to do the impeachment that way. Judge, absent any further showing, they are excluded, right? Steele, admit them for the record. Judge, no. See? Right. They don't want it. Listen, this is crazy, man. Combs, Steele, we want them in if there is an appeal. Absolutely. You heard what he just said? You heard what he just said? We want them in if there is an appeal. Now, what Brian Steele just told this judge, don't get this case overturned on appeal because you refused to let in this evidence. And she testified that she didn't have time to tell people over the years. The case is already weakening as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. The case is weakening as we speak. Right? The prosecutors, we will put them in the case file. That's how we handle it. Still, I asked Mia, you still have friends? And she said, I did not see them. I did not have an external sounding board. She said there was no time, right? They're trying to impeach the witness and are being prevented from doing so. Like I said, there's a good point from the judge about baby showers or whatever. But I think he's trying to show intimate situations in where Mia could probably have talked to somebody and her family, friends, or whatever, and told them about what was going on. So Brian Steele is saying, hey, if she said all of this, he wants to show the pictures to show proof of what was said and the time span, right? Amazing, man. This is, you got to see, like I said, the truth is, man, it's a war, man. It's a war on the truth, man. The judge, what do you say? Okay, I guess they still discussing this. This is interesting, y'all. No, she got subpoenaed. The guys that came in and talked about like buying drugs for Diddy and all of these other people and claiming that, it was this, that, and the other. Most of those people got immunity, right, before getting up on there and testifying. So we know that they were part of buying drugs. That's not no E. They was buying drugs for Diddy, allegedly for personal use. It had nothing to do with, him setting up shop on 145th or 125th and Lenox in Harlem. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with that. Yeah. They man, look, it's simply not working. It's not working. Well, I was just listening to CNN a little bit, and CNN finally coming out talking about, her writing a text message talking about she loved Diddy and all of these other things, right? So we see that being what that is. Let's see if we can add some context to this, man. Yeah, man. Talking about we'll put them in. And Brian Steele, you heard what Brian Steele said. We want them in if there is an appeal. Absolutely. And the judge like, oh, if there was an appeal. See, he ain't thinking about that. Like I said, once again, and remember, Donald Trump said the other day that if there's any, sense of unfairness, right, that he would consider pardon Diddy. So, hey, you deal with that or take that one if how you will. So, yeah. The judge. The problem is putting in the posts. They are not relevant and they are cumulative. You already spent a lot of time to the scrapbook. Please bring Mia back in. All rise. Combs, Steele. You and Miss Ventura were best friends. Fair? Now he gonna go in. He gonna go in on her. I wonder if he gonna, like I told y'all before, I wonder if he gonna be like, yeah, didn't you tell Mr. Combs about Kid Cudi? What was your intentions? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We appreciate you. Let's go. Yeah, you and Miss, they not gonna argue. Brian still not gonna sit there and argue about nothing. It's okay. The judge is right though. They have a cumulative effect. Like I said, if you're gonna go through all 20 of those pictures, you can go through some of them, but all of them. You know what I mean? Mr. Steele, you said you said she was your sister, Mia. Yes, yes. Steele, you loved her, Mia. Absolutely. Steele, and you feel the same way today, Mia. Yes. Steele, you would never lie to her. Mia, Puff didn't allow me to tell her things. Get the fuck out of here. You see, look, hold on. He didn't allow me to tell her things? Amazing. Look, ladies and gentlemen, no accountability at all. Puff didn't allow me to, he wouldn't have known that you told her something if y'all told it to each other in confidence. You were scared that Cassie might go back and tell him if you told her. Wow. Puff didn't allow me to tell her things like where he was, anything he said. What? Dude. What? He didn't. Nobody is in control of you like that. Get out of here. She said she went to the party with remember she was at the party with Cassie at Prince's house. Right? Remember she talked Cassie into going to the party at Prince's house. The judge. The problem is who said, Mia, oh my goodness gracious Lord. Wow. Wow. He wouldn't let me tell her certain things. I mean, what? So basically what she's saying is, I told you, remember, she's playing both sides of the fence. One minute she talking about she trying to hide Cassie from Diddy. That's a lie. That's a lie. See, if he goes back on that prior testimony, right? If he goes back on the prior testimony where she was talking about hiding Cassie from Diddy, it's over. Yeah, it's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy, Universal Lazy. Yes, indeed, man. Universal ass, my bad. Hold on, let's see what Brian still go with this. Wow. 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 This is amazing, man. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, look, and as you see, once again, they back to the sidebar. Brian Steele is about to go there. Listen, look, check it out, y'all. Check it out. Combs Steele. Was Miss Ventura in love with Mr. Combs? I thought so. Steele. Did you ever tell her the person she loved raped you? Mia. No. Do you remember telling Mr. Combs, telling her that Mr. Combs' brain needs to be rewired? The prosecution. May we have a sidebar? You may. Listen, look, very important. Listen, because he about to catch her in the lie of all lies. Remember, she just testified, I couldn't, Sean P. Diddy Combs didn't allow me to tell her things and say certain things to her. The docile deer in the headlights, y'all. Right? What Brian Steele come back with? Was Miss Ventura in love with Mr. Combs? Mia, I thought so. Right? Steele, did you ever tell her the person she loved raped you? Mia, no. Steele, do you remember telling her Mr. Combs' brain needed to be rewired? Prosecution. Man, we have a sidebar. You're not going to break the line of questioning. Brian Steele is cooking right now, ladies and gentlemen. He's cooking. And every time they do this sidebar, they're basically hoping to slow up the testimony. These other YouTube channels out here, they're not reporting. And when I've been checking a couple other YouTube channels out, they're trying to report, they're not giving you the same jesting meaning behind the contradictions and the things and the hypocrisy and that's being on display here, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, a sidebar again, absolutely. Anonymous 3, sidebar again. Whenever it get hot, they got to try to cool it off. You see the question. She's asking her. Brian said, was Mrs. Ventura in love with Mr. Combs? Mia said, I thought so. Did you ever tell her the person she loved raped you? Mia, no. Steele, do you remember telling her Mr. Combs' brain needed to be rewired? Prosecution, may we have a sidebar? Your Honor, I don't know where this is going, but Mr. Steele is just not playing fair. He's coming too hard against us. It's really not. Your Honor, please stop him. Please. The judge, you may. The judge doesn't want to also to appear to be impartial, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's trying to handle this to the best of his ability. You know what I mean? This is a circus sideshow from what's really going on. They got a one-man RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. And it, like I said, the Young Thug case, we can understand the RICO in that. Some people pled guilty. Some people testified, and that ended up what it was, basically. Like I said, I don't see Diddy taking any kind of deal. I see him fighting this. Like I said, it's not like a regular person, on appeal. He's definitely going to try to plead his case. But the judge is doing a great job. I think he's trying to do the best that he can with what's before him, from that perspective. So, you know what I mean? Like I said, you're gonna see it. Like I said, whatever the outcome is, like I said, this is not a RICO case. Y'all can see. Listen, you can clearly see that this whole case has took on a whole different sort of chain of events, should I say. Now we're talking about, scrapbooks and love letters and I love you and all of that. There's nothing in a RICO case talking about somebody loves somebody, ladies and gentlemen. A racketeering and corrupt organization. You cannot say that Sean P. Diddy Combs' Bad Boy Records or Combs Enterprises. We know Sean Combs to be a businessman. Listen to this. I was looking at the Tupac outside the courtroom when he did the interview. You can go check it out, right? If you listen to what Tupac said, he's like, none of the stuff that they were saying in trial was true today. We're dealing with people's innermost fears. This is about loud music, this thug, and blah, blah, blah. What they were trying to sell, like they tried to sell to Tupac, they overcharged him. And then they tried to sell this theory. None of what was true. None of it was true, right? This is the same playbook, right? I think Diddy's charged with the Mann Act too, right? And so, and the Mann Act is like some old racist law, Oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. I love it though, because I love it, like I said, when you got good defense attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens. They're back. Check it out, y'all. Let's go. They're back. Combs, why would you cover up for Mr. Combs to Miss Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just why writing Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? Objection. Judge, rephrase. Still, did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? I don't remember that. Once again, these fair questions. Did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? Right? Fair question. Because if you think that he's just hella, from what she was saying, he allegedly sexually assaulted her 3 times, if you will, right? So did you tell Miss Ventura, she needs to stay with Mr. Combs. I don't remember that. Okay. Hello. She don't remember that part, ladies and gentlemen. She remember all this other stuff, though. Let's go. Let's go. and like I said, once again, you can clearly see some of the other, like some of the other stuff that's being picked up. We not picking it up on that feed, right? It's a lot of hate out here, man. It's a lot of hate, man. It's a lot of people that It's a lot of hate, a lot of misinformation. Yeah, it's crazy, man. She said, she don't remember that. I remember everything else. I just don't remember that part when I told Cassie to stay with this guy. So, you got these other news organizations said court paused as judge warned defense about line of questioning. A court briefly paused this morning as judge told Sean P. Diddy Combs' attorney Brian Steele that he had asked improper argumentative questions. Right, the remark came after prosecutors accused Steele of yelling at Mia and posing argumentative questions. See, once again, this is a tactic I've seen this used before. Why are you yelling at me? Like whatever. Like, come on, man. Right? Oh, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to focus on the actual issue of the conversation. Now, the sidetrack argument is that somebody's yelling or raising their voice. Oh, okay, right. It said he didn't hear any yelling, and the judge said he didn't hear any yelling or sarcasm, but warned Steele not to ask questions he knows will get struck from the record just so that the jury can hear them. Yeah, Brian Steele is smart in that way. Like I said, court has since resumed. Mia's back on the stand. Wow. But not only that they would get struck on it would show that the prosecution, if, like I said, the prosecution once again has the burden of proof, right? And so if Brian Steele is asking the questions that the prosecution should be asking, right? Then it's like, well, why doesn't the prosecutor? I mean, the jury is going to ask themselves, well, why doesn't the prosecution want her to answer that question? It seems like, and once the thought, implanting the thought that she might be lying, right? Other than what they're hearing, that she's also actually answering, right? Yeah. So, brilliant lawyering, man. But like I said, most people don't know that, they tried to taint the jury of public opinion, ladies and gentlemen, with all this other fluff and stuff that they had put out there. You know what I mean, if you will? And, yeah. For the people who just chimed in, this, like I said, this was from This was from earlier. This is her basically talking about Diddy, wishing him happy birthday. Listen.
Shameless plug. Got the podcast sound. Poppin'. Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday. Bravo.
Ladies and gentlemen, did y'all see that? Did you see that? Huh? Did you see that? Because I did. Amazing. This is the young lady sitting here saying now, and you, that was not, she didn't appear to be traumatized at all. Huh? Uh-oh, here we go, y'all. Check this out. We rocking back and forth, y'all. We rocking back and forth. They're back. Listen, y'all. Combs, why would you cover up? He said, why would you cover up for Mr. Combs? Why writing that Mr. Combs is misunderstood? Mia, here we go again. Mia, she said she didn't remember that, right? Mia, he could find out what I was telling her. Combs, how? What? See, ladies and gentlemen, look at how well she lies, man. She said he could find out what I was telling her. Combs, Mr. Steele, how? Mia, he had stolen my phone and Cassie's phone many times. He put tracking devices on her car. Steele, but you were alone with Mrs. Ventura. Mia, yes. And you sued Mr. Combs for $10 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we get into the crux of what it is. Look. So she would, listen, she think that we are, the jury of public opinion, she think that we are that much of fools. Like I said, her and Cassie went out together. They were best friends. You mean, so ladies and gentlemen, she want us to think that the only way that she could possibly ever, and see, this is so disingenuous. She wants us to think that the only way that she could have possibly told Cassie what was going on was through a text messages, ladies and gentlemen. Simply amazing. Like I said, I feel for every woman who has ever been truly sexually assaulted or anything had bad happen to them, man. This is a disgrace. This is a disgrace to all women. This is simply a disgrace. I remember somebody telling me earlier when Mia started to testify, because we didn't really know who she was. They were like, they said something about black women. It was like, yeah, this is going to make black women never be believed again. No, Mia's not black. Yeah, she's not black at all. And so understanding what that is, right? Look, she would have us think. And so what she tried to go in, so when Brian Steele, he said he could find out what I was telling her. And Brian Steele, like, how? Like, I don't know if she thinks that he's stupid, right? Mia, he had stolen my phone, what? And Cassie's phone many times. He put tracking devices on her car. She never said nothing about no tracking devices. Where did that come from? Steele, but you were alone with Miss Ventura, yes? Yes, Steele, you sued Mr. Combs for $10 million. Didn't I tell you she sued him for $10 million earlier, y'all? Mia, it was a mediation. My lawyers ended up getting $200,000. So Steele, you got $200,000? Oh, that was from the the employment. She said she was due bonuses and all of those things, right? She the funny part is Brian still sitting like acting like he never heard that she got. She said it was a mediation. My lawyers ended up getting $200,000. Mr. Steele said, "You got $200,000?" Mia says, "Yes." Please look at the screen. Is that your social media account? Mia, looks like a text message. Sounds like me. You're next to Mr. Combs. Ladies and gentlemen, here it comes. Here it comes, y'all. They not listen. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Like I said, if you had not subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Watch this. Watch what Brian still do to her, man. God have mercy, boy. Wow. Wow. Listen. What? She said it was mediation. My lawyers ended up getting $200,000. Come, you got $200,000? Mia, yes. Still, please look at the screen. Is that your social media account? Mia, looks like a text message. Sounds like me. Still, your text to Mr. Combs. Ladies and gentlemen, your text to Mr. Combs. What's the text about, Mia? Or should I say, yeah, her real name? Sarah? What's the text about? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Wow. Man. Your text to Mr. Combs. Right? So you got, see, this what he's gonna prove is, so you got $200,000 from Mr. Combs, right? You said, for whatever, she said she never said anything about the alleged sexual assaults, anything like that. But she sued him for $10 million. Right? Amazing. You know, the sad part, they can't call us biased. Oh, you're biased. No. Mia just not doing the job that they wanted her to do. Right? So now they need somebody to blame it on, ladies and gentlemen. They need somebody to blame it on. When the outcome is not to their liking, now they need somebody to blame it on. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia, I don't remember seeing this. Ladies and gentlemen, he's reporting to your social media account, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Steele said, this is your text to Mr. Combs. Mia says, I don't remember sending this. Of course you don't, Mia. It's not favorable, right? Steele, you are in a tutu, and Mr. Combs appears to be holding his private parts. Is Miss Ventura's lawsuit? She alleged sexual abuse. Listen, in Miss Ventura's lawsuit, she alleged sexual abuse. Yes. Why did you still communicate with Mr. Combs? Prosecution, objection, sustained. So basically what he's saying is, Cassie alleged sexual assault in her lawsuit, right? Right? Mia said, yeah. Why did you still communicate with Mr. Combs? Because Cassie didn't. Well, she actually did, but in the sense of the lawsuit, after the lawsuit, she got money, $200,000. After she got the $200,000, let me put that in context. After she got the $200,000, after Sarah got the $200,000, she still communicated with Diddy, talking about I love you, sending all these messages, and so on and so forth, right? After Cassie got her $20 million, she never communicated with Diddy from that perspective, as far as I know, after she got the settlement. Wow. This is man. Poor Sarah. I don't think she was ready for this, man. She wasn't ready for this. She thought that she was gonna get up there and tell this story about how, it would be also favorable to her from that perspective, but it's simply not that. It's simply not that. And so, yeah, it's really not going her way, man. He would have taken me away from her. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you. Man, look. Something going on that we ain't being told about, man. Listen. Combs' assistant, this is on a side note to add more context to what we're seeing, right, ladies and gentlemen? Combs' assistant said she didn't mention the sexual assault allegations during her mediation over the severance, right? Mia testified that she never mentioned any sexual assault allegations against Sean Diddy Combs in 2017. Now, mind you, this is what I was just telling you. It was in 2017. It was 18, 19, and 20. She was still talking about she loved Diddy, right? He was still communicating with her even after they went to mediation, right? Combs, the defense attorney Brian Steele, asked her if she was aware of the Me Too movement and all of those things. Like, come on, man. Wow. So now, Mia told the court that she felt terrible about covering for Combs for Cassie Ventura, and then she admits that Diddy. She said that Diddy put a tracking device on Cassie's car. Now, she can say that, but she hasn't offered any proof of that. Where's the proof that he put a tracking device on her car, other than what she's saying? And you got to understand. Say Mia told the court that she felt terrible about covering for Combs with Cassie Ventura, her former girlfriend, but felt that if she didn't, he would have taken his access to her. What? Mia testified that Combs would find out because he stole their phones and put tracking devices on Ventura's car. She added that she wasn't sure what Combs was capable of and reiterated that she was terrified. It's not working. It's not working, man. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working because now she goes back to the terrified thing, right? So how do you know that he put tracking devices on her car? She told me. She found it. She showed it to you. See how people can say whatever they want, like, and Brian still can't say objection to what you're saying while she's on the stand and he's doing cross-examination. He just had to let that one spill out. Like, okay, that's what she's saying. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock. Mr. Steele, did you meet these prosecutors in January of 2024? I may have. I don't remember the timing. Still, did you tell them Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia, I don't remember when I told them. Still, did you get a lawyer? Yes. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady went to meet with prosecutors involved in this case in January 2024, approximately 6 months ago. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, a year ago. January 2024. We're in 2025, a year ago, right? And basically, Brian Steele is asking her, did you meet with these prosecutors in January 2024? Mia, I may have. I don't remember the timing. Steele, did you tell them Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia, I don't remember when I told them. Steele, did you get a lawyer? Mia, yes. Uh-oh. Watch this. She planning on suing again? For something that she didn't sue for before? Wow. Wow. Absolutely. He says about to go down like bird shit, huh? Man. Bosa, Boss Black, we up in here, man. Yeah, my audio great too. Hey, Anthony X, they coming over here. Anthony X, they don't like this truth over here, man. They coming with the distractions, man. We will not be deterred. We giving up straight game over here. We don't need no outside audio engineers. Right. Hey, Anna Lee, you don't even need to respond to him, Anna Lee. Let Boss Black stay where he at. It's all good. Kareem Smith, what up from Las Vegas? What's happening, man? Yeah, we ain't even entertaining that. We know what time it is. Absolutely. He said the audio shaky. Baby, don't fake me. Look, they want another. Look, it ain't going their way. They want another sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Look. Mia, listen, y'all. I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I understand that it's privileged. The prosecution. Objection. That's sustained. Let's have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia on the stand just now invoked privilege. To the question, what in the hell? They didn't have 5 sidebars, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. Right? Judge, that's sustained. Let's have a sidebar. Mia, I don't remember the timing of things, right? The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privileged. What's privileged? What's she talking about? She didn't just invoke white privilege on the stand, did she? Come on now. She said it's privileged. What's privileged? About what? Good God Almighty, man. Woo-wee. hit the like button. Share with your friends, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know we over here in Straight Game TV, giving up straight game. We over here kicking it so tough. We ain't even got as many people as a lot of these other places. They just mad because we over here giving it like it ain't supposed to be given. So then they send their undercover agents over here to try to create confusion. Like Pac say, they like Judas was to Jesus. Now they usually don't hit lunch until about 12:30. So they still got like about 30 more minutes, right? Cut creators, what's happening? What's happening? Miss KP, Anthony X. Yeah, I mean, she remember everything else. She remember the stuff that the prosecution came to her with. She don't remember nothing that defense coming with. You know, y'all need to jog my memory with some of this stuff here. I don't remember now. Now, this is when the amnesia kicks in. So what Boss Black got about you, didn't he? Where you go at? Boss Black, where you go at? Yeah, she's struggling. Corey Simmons trying to keep track of them lies, man. Poe the Great, what's good? Absolutely, J Mac. Absolutely. When it comes to being a witness, you got to remember what you testifying to. You can't just remember on one side what you testifying to. You have to remember on all sides. And then she just invoked privilege. What privilege does she? What is she talking about? Right? Yeah, I'm confused as to what privilege she's invoking here, right? Mia said, I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privilege. Oh, okay. I know what she's talking about. She's talking about, did she hire a lawyer? That was the last question. Did you hire a lawyer? Right? And she said, I don't remember the timing of things. No. And you see such a simple question that he just asked her. The question that he asked her was, did you hire a lawyer? Right? And what was said? The first thing she says is, I don't remember the time. No, not when you hired a lawyer, but did you hire a lawyer? Yes or no? Yes. Right? The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privilege. What? Objection. And then they objected. Now we got another sidebar. Who's that? Leah of Judah, what's good? Reformed Jersey Bird. I mean, if she was, if you call this being very poorly coached, then man, I don't really know what's going on, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah, Fatima, I appreciate you always, absolutely. And you got him about here. Dude came over here, was like, you guys are not reporting like what we think you should be doing. Please. A lot of these major news organizations are being exposed, ladies and gentlemen, for the fact that they don't really, and like I said, and as we can see with this if this trial doesn't let you see in real time how things are really supposed to play out, right? We're sitting here, right, understanding and knowing what's going on because it's being reported to us. Not only from one source. I don't just have one source, right? I have many sources. So I'm even in some cases I'm filling in the gaps because it's a lot of stuff that inner city press can't report on, based on the fact that that's just the way that it goes. Right? Diddy's former, what's her name, basically saying she kept in touch with him, right? Even after she admitted that she was scared of him. Right? This is 2 years after Diddy ain't even thinking about her. She wishing him happy birthday and all that. Man, he wasn't thinking about no this Sarah or Mira or whatever you want to call her. He wasn't thinking about her. She was thinking about him. Happy birthday. We back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about Prince's party. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you, Mia, a real name Sarah, was the one who talked Cassie into going to Prince's party. Even though she knew that Diddy was mad and told her like, hey, yo, you know what? Whatever he told her. Listen, still, let's talk about Prince's party. You say you had no permission to go there. Listen, I told you he was going to go there. This is why they send they little minions over here, right? Listen, still, let's talk about Prince's party. You said you had no permission to go there, but you knew many people who knew Mr. Combs would be there. Judge, rephrase. Did you wear a disguise? No. Still, any photos of a chase? No. Because Cassie said when Cassie testified, she didn't testify that Diddy chased her. She testified that she got up out of there, right? Any photos of a chase? No. Now he's about to get to the hearsay argument, or should I say the revealing or the impeachment of the hearsay stuff that she was saying, basically. Like did you wear a disguise? No. Any photos of a chase? No. Because that's what she testified to, right? Woo-wee. Man. Listen, still, what'd he say? You said you and Miss Ventura got a paddleboard into a storm. Mia, yes. Any recording of that? No. Still, any note or text message to prove it happened? I don't think so. We were on a paddleboard. Did you make it up? No. Woo! Brian's still going in for the juggler. So everything that she's saying, she can't back up any of what she's saying. She just saying shit, according to the defense. And like I said, there should be more evidence of what she's alluding to from that perspective when you think about it from the bigger picture, if you will, right? Wow. None of that. She don't have it. Yeah, we got 406 people watching, ladies and gentlemen. Get the thumbs up. 411 thumbs up. Please, like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Brandon Card in the building. Anthony X. Chad Martin. Dark Skin. Scorpio. Reform Jersey. Dia M. Fatima in the building. Rich T 330. Huh? What are you saying, man? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. You see it. Brian Steele, you said you had no time with family. Did you ever go to events with you and your family and friends? Mia, sporadically, over 8 years, but few and far in between. Still, weddings, sister and best friends, I believe. Still, Halloween. Mia, I don't remember. So listen, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier, Diddy's defense wanted to bring in pictures of Mia being at certain family events because she claimed that she was never really around family and friends to be able to tell anybody that Diddy allegedly sexually assaulted her, right? And so what the judge excluded those pictures because he said it was cumulative, right? And so now what Brian Steele is doing now, he's basically going over and see if she's, remembers being around family and friends. And so, but basically, so when he asked her, you said you had no time with family. Did you ever, and like I said, she had no time for family based on she was working and all of these other things that she alleged that she was doing, right? You said you had no time with family. Did you ever go to events with your family and friends? Mia, sporadically over 8 years, but few and far between. Still, weddings, sister and best friends, I believe. Still, Halloween, I don't remember. Boy, this is horrible, dude. He breaking her down to her very last compound, ladies and gentlemen. Steele basically said, you had times with others, right? Mia, I had to be in communication 24/7. I was never outside his grip. Man, ladies and gentlemen. And see, this is why Brian Steele wanted the photos in. He wanted it documented. He wanted on, the photos to document. Like he said he needed those photos admitted as evidence based on the fact in case there was an appeal, right? And like I said, they can argue this on appeal. It's serious, man. It's serious. Mia, I had to be in communication 24/7. I was never outside his grip. This shit is crazy. His grip. Still, outside of the work environment, why couldn't you explain the abuse you said you were experiencing? Mia, it's more complicated than that. Well, Mia, please explain to us how complicated it actually was, because you told Sean P. Diddy Combs about Cassie dating Kid Cudi. Why did you do that and not choose to tell Cassie, right, that you were being sexually assaulted by her boyfriend? Did you pick and choose who you wanted to tell what? Lord have mercy, man. And said, Mr. Steele, until 2024, you never told anyone you were sexually abused, Mia. Unless it was to my privileged therapist. That's true, right? Could you waive that privilege? Objection. Objection. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. See, boy, when you got a brilliant lawyer, man. When you got a brilliant lawyer, good God Almighty, Brian Steele is on the game, man. Until 2024, you never told anybody you were sexually abused, huh? Mia. Unless it was my privileged therapist. That's true. Until 2024. So she followed Cassie's route. She knew Cassie got a therapist and all of that, right? Right. Cassie, the therapist move was the next move. And right. So she said she hired a lawyer also. So she'll probably be suing again. Right? Listen. But she loved Diddy and she wanted to be around him and, happy birthday, babe. And, love you. And look, this shit is sickening, man. Could you waive that privilege? Prosecution. Objection. And she objected because she didn't want her to answer that question, because the question is, yeah, she could waive the privilege. The judge move on. Still, you joined Me Too. You said, he said you joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. Boom. The Me Too money grab. The Me Too money grab, baby. Hello. Talk about it. Did she object to that one too? You joined the Me Too money grab. There it is. That's all it is. Objection. Mr. Combs. Still, she objected to that one too. You knew Miss Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Mr. Combs. Mia, it was public. I told you what she wanted to do. Brian still can see right through it. He can see right through it. Yo, you seen what she got. You thought that you probably could get a third of what Cassie got, right? Right? Mia, it was public still, but you speak with Miss Ventura. Mia, never about anything I discussed with the government. How would we know that? How would we know that? And why would she volunteer that? Not that anything that I would speak with the government. How would we know that? We don't know that. And as a matter of fact, that's not what he just asked you. So why would you even volunteer that? Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to what's being done right here. Like I said, we got 436 people in the room, ladies and gentlemen, inside and outside. Like I said, I appreciate the people outside as well as I appreciate the people inside the chat. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time, your ears, and your comments and feedback. I don't think they wanted to go there with Cassie. Once again, we've seen what happened. And like I said, this is a RICO case, so you have to deal with it effectively, right? So they didn't really need to go hard on Cassie. This girl right here has been on the stand longer than Cassie has, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if people paying attention to that, right? Right? So he Mr. Steele asked, so how would we know that if you didn't she said, I never about anything I discussed with the government. How would we know that? We wouldn't know what you discussed with the government versus what you discussed with Cassie. But as a matter of fact, that wasn't the question. Still, you joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Objection. And I didn't hear the judge say anything on that one. He didn't say sustain or overrule. Still, you knew Miss Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Mr. Combs. Mia, it was public. Still, but you speak with Miss Ventura. Mia, never about anything I discussed with the government. Now, that's not what he was getting at. So she revealed a lot on that answer. He's talking about, did you say you still talk to Cassie? Cassie never told you that she settled the lawsuit with Diddy? That's where the question was going, right? But now she volunteered, never about anything that I discussed with the government. Brian's still like, well, how will we know that? That wasn't the question, but thank you for that your mind was even going there. But that wasn't the question, though. Okay. Right? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? Objection. Judge, sustain. Combs, Steele. Let me show you documents. Read it to yourself, and Your Honor, we could have a sidebar. Judge, yes, sidebar ensues. Oh, she's about to get caught in a lie before lunch. She's about to get caught in another lie before lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo-wee. Man, notice the prosecution. Objection. Judge, sustain. The funny part about, like, for the people who may have watched the Young Thug trial, right? We didn't really get a chance to see Brian Steele at work. At least I didn't anyway. This trial here, Diddy, definitely larger as an artist, entrepreneur, and all of those things than Young Thug. And this is not even being televised, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the excellent work. Brian Steele's going to be in high demand for people in dealing with, situations like this, RICO cases and things like this. Like I said, Diddy got a brilliant legal team. No matter which way this turns out, like I said, this is a RICO case. This is a racketeering and corrupt organizations case, ladies and gentlemen, and they have a one-man RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. They do not have anybody who's agreed that they participated in any kind of illegal activities involving anything other than the guys came in testifying that they bought drugs. We don't know if they were buying them for themselves. We don't know if they was buying them for just Diddy or whoever they were buying them for from that perspective. But in fact, as we're sitting here today, we have seen no real evidence leading to the Kid Cudi thing with the blown up car. That's not even a factor anymore, based on the fact that when they did the forensics as far as fingerprints, they said it was a female's fingerprints. They don't have any video. They don't have any audio. They don't have any pictures. They don't have any no kind of evidence linking Diddy to none of that. Everything has been hearsay, right? Everything has been hearsay. So, like I said, once again, this is not me talking or siding with anybody. This is simply listening to the testimony, right? Seeing what it is and using my own brain and saying, hold on, where's the other participants in the RICO? Where all these other, you cannot have a one-man RICO case. The Combs organization, when they wrote out this indictment, they wrote out that Sean P. Diddy Combs was assisted by his bodyguards, assistants, and people in doing all of these other things, ladies and gentlemen. Are they going to bring Little Rod? Right? Because Little Rod's lawyer added Universal Music, Lucian Grange, all of these other people to the situation. And when it came down to it, the judge dismissed Christina Karam, Lucian Grange, Universal, and Mr. Blackwell, his lawyer, basically admitted that he, was throwing stuff up against the wall, basically seeing if it would stick. So, like I said, once again, when we looking at these facts, in this case, it doesn't support what's the revisionist. So basically, they're gonna take the lunch break earlier, ladies and gentlemen. The courtroom got hot, y'all. Jurors can leave. Judge Tamia, when we come back, you will be shown documents. Have a good break. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, the judge just allowed those documents to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be in for a big surprise after lunch. Please stay tuned. Combs Agnafalo. We'll talk to the government over the break about the witness lawyer. Okay, Judge. Okay. Now, does she have a lawyer? Is she planning on suing a lawsuit, right? I want to know who her lawyer is. And the reason why they want to get to the point with who her lawyer is, right? Because I think they're going to show a pattern of something. So like I said, we're going to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, like I told you guys before, if you have not, this is Mia and Cassie, her long lost friend. She claims to be. She was dealing with Cassie's man behind Cassie's back. That's what it seems like to us. But if you have not gotten the book, ladies and gentlemen, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur by author Donald Richardson, no relation to me, ladies and gentlemen. It's on Amazon right now. And like I said, this is a must-have. As you can see on the cover of the book is Mr. Richardson and Tupac Shakur at Rikers Island. This is based on the true story of the situation when Tupac was at Rikers Island. We've heard a bunch of stories in Tupac's about Tupac's documentaries and things. This is the one that you haven't heard. And like I said, Donald Richardson had did like 23 to 24 years in the state lockups in New York, in various penitentiaries, Sing Sing, all of those places. And in this particular situation, he met up with Tupac at Rikers Island. And he was working as a suicide counselor at Rikers Island. Donald Richardson was working as a suicide, not counselor, but suicide. He was one of the inmates that watched out for other inmates, making sure they wouldn't commit suicide. And so it's very interesting how him and Tupac developed the relationship. Like I said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you got to get this book. It's on Amazon, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. But until then, I also did an interview on the Art of Dialogue with Mr. Richardson that should be airing soon. Like I said, you got to check it out. It's a very in-depth interview, and we talked about everything, ladies and gentlemen. Some stuff in there that I didn't know. That's what got me so pumped up on the book. As a matter of fact, not just I'm telling you guys to get the whether you get the download or whatever on Amazon, but me personally, I needed the physical copy. You know what I mean? So I got the physical copy. I like to sit down and just read it. Like I said, it's about 108 pages, 109 pages, if you will. But like I said, you can go see the brief synopsis over there on Amazon. Like I said, it's a great read. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a few. Stay tuned. I appreciate you guys coming through. Straight gang, stay here with us. We coming back after lunch, man. It's gonna get crazy because the judge just allowed those messages that he just asked me about to be allowed into evidence.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
I want to say one more thing. Shout out to Linwood. Also, thank you, Linwood. Thank everybody else for the donations and birthday wishes, y'all. Like I said, I don't really ask for donations or nothing like that. I'm here because I like being here and I like, talking to you guys. More importantly, but I'd like to say thanks for all the birthday wishes, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're back. Let's gizzo. Mr. Steele, did you give your materials to the government? Mia, I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. Steele, look at this one. Here we go. Look at this one, Steele. In these notes, did you raise sexual abuse to the prosecutors? Objection. Improper refreshment. The judge said it's overruled. Did you raise a sexual abuse to the prosecutors? The prosecution objection. Improper refreshment. Judge overruled. Did you raise it in January of 2024? Mia, definitely not in the first meeting, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting here watching what's going on, right? We're sitting here watching what's going on. Let me bring you up to play. I'm sorry. We're sitting here. You see it. Look. What did the prosecution ask her? Get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. Click the share button. Let them know we back in action. Let's go. Here we go. Look at it, y'all. You see it. Mr. Steele, did you give all your materials to the government? Mia, I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. Look at this one. Combs Steele, in these notes, did you raise sexual abuse to the prosecutors? The prosecution once again tried to object, tried to save her. She don't want to be saved. She want to lie. Come on. Objection, improper refreshment. Improper refreshment? What she had, cookies and milk? No, judge, overruled. Cookies and milks are allowed. Steele, did you raise it in the January 2024 meeting? Definitely not in the first meeting. No, you didn't. Why didn't you? Come on now. This is crazy, man. You see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Let them know on your page, on the Instagram. We over here at Straight Game TV, man. And we giving gavel to coverage with no bias. Just straight facts. Just straight game. I appreciate everybody for sticking around. You definitely are appreciated. So she didn't mention anything about sexual assault, ladies and gentlemen, in their first meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the prosecution got her to say some stuff that I'm believing in. The prosecution got her to say some stuff, man, then led her to go into saying some stuff that didn't actually happen. If she didn't come in that room and the first thing she started to admit was the fact that, hey, you know what? I got to tell you guys something, that he did X, Y, and Z to me in the first, what's her name? Like I said, come on, man. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Are we stupid? Are we that dumb? You know? Damn. See? This is why they objected to all of that and tried to keep it out, right? They're not trying to get to the truth. Mia, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting. Comb still. And in this next document that you just reviewed, the judge just asked her if her recollection is refreshed, right? Mia, no, not to that, not to the specifics, right? She don't remember nothing, man. She got a lawyer though. You best believe she got a lawyer. She don't remember nothing now, you know. Right? You see the beginning of the question before. In these notes, did you raise a sexual abuse to the prosecution? Objection by the prosecution. Improper refreshment. The judge overruled that. Did you raise it in January of 2024? Mia, definitely not in the first meeting. Mia, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting. Comb still. And in this next document that you just reviewed, the judge basically tells Brian Steele, just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. Mia, no, not to the specifics. Wow. You mean to tell me you got somebody on the stand? Ladies and gentlemen, look, they're trying to use this girl to try to convict Diddy. They want people to sympathize with the color of her skin and not the content of what she's actually saying, ladies and gentlemen. She's been on the stand longer than Cassie Ventura. Right? She's been on the stand longer than Cassie. Mia, Sarah, her real name. No, not the girl from Making of the Band. This was a former alleged assistant, right? If you have to go check it out, we also put a video of her earlier from YouTube, her Instagram, basically wishing Diddy a happy birthday and talking about I love you and all of that, right? So she don't remember telling the prosecutors, but where we at right now is telling the prosecutors that something actually happened to her. She don't remember that. She didn't do it in the first meeting, right? Check it out. Listen, Steele, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired a lawyer, Sean Crowley. Mia, I have no idea when I first mentioned it. Listen to this shit, y'all. Listen to this. Get the likes up, man. Share this, man. We need people to be able to see what's actually going on. So when they listen to the evening news, right, they're not misinformed. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, said, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired lawyer Sean Crowley. Mia, I have no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation. So basically, yeah, it's what you should be saying at this particular time. This is when you did it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a money grab. Just like he just said earlier in the testimony when he asked the question. She didn't mention it. So listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. So in 2024, Yaya Kids, what's good? Thank you, Yaya Kids. I appreciate that. But check it out. This one for Yaya Kids. So earlier, Brian Steele asked her about, her mentioning the sexual abuse situation, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to understand something. 2024, that's a year ago, in this criminal case that she would end up being a witness for. This young lady, Sarah, real name, going under the pseudonym of Mia, she never mentioned sexual abuse in 2024 of January, right? Now we in 2025. She never mentioned it to the prosecutors. She only mentioned sexual abuse after she hired lawyer Sean Crowley. What? But now she's on the stand in this case talking about she was sexually abused? Get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language. Get the fuck. You got to be kidding me. So it wasn't until she was about to file a lawsuit for some more money and got a civil attorney that she said something about sexual abuse. Not really coming in to this case wanting to get to the bottom of what sexual abuse was about for her experiencing it through Diddy. But when she got a civil attorney ready to try to file another lawsuit, going after the money train. Or the money grab, as Brian Steele called it. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell's going on? Look at this. Screenshot it and send it to somebody, y'all. Get the likes up. Get the share button up. Screenshot this. And just hold on to this one right here. Steele, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired lawyer Sean Crowley. Mia, I have no idea when I first mentioned it. She don't even remember. But she knows she didn't mention it to prosecutors, right? Except that it was after I had representation. Still, you intended to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money. Mia, no. Yeah, you do. What's going on? Huh? Brian Steele hit it right. You want money. It ain't about no motherfucking sexual assault. This ain't about that. This about money. This is a disgrace, man. You gotta be kidding me. Still, you have worked. Have you worked? Who have you worked for since? Mia, Madonna. Still, for how long? 8 months from April of 2019. Still, when you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job? Absolutely not. Combs, still, since you were not black, so you were not blacklisted, correct? No, she just admitted it. She said she had fear of being blacklisted. She lied. It was all this fear mongering that she was doing the whole time, ladies and gentlemen. Remember earlier, she said, I was scared if I left Mr. Combs, he would blacklist me. He's a very powerful person. Ladies and gentlemen, the question was, right? She said, absolutely not. So Steele said, so you were not blacklisted? No. No retribution? Mia, he took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. Steele, you told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? I did. You were let go for drinking. Mia, no. See? Boy. You notice that a lot of times we sitting here and we going through it, right? You notice that the evening news, they don't put none of this actual testimony up on the screen when they're what's the name. Sometimes they do. I got to give CNN their props because they do. But a lot of these other networks, they don't even bother because they don't want you to see what's really being said, right? Still, so who have you worked for since? Madonna, for how long? 8 months. Hold on. I bet you she used Diddy's the work resume that she worked for Diddy, and she ain't say nothing about none of that to get that Madonna job. I guarantee you she did. Let's see if he asks her that. Wow. Boy. Lord have mercy. Have mercy, Lord. Mr. Steele, you remember Miss Ventura's video called Official Girl? Mia, yes. Steele. And King of Hearts. And her song with Nicki Minaj, Those Boys. Mia, yes. And Nicki Minaj is well known. Yes. Right? Good God Almighty. Thank you again, Yaya. I appreciate you. Welcome back, too. Yaya kids in the building. They had the web weave, ain't it? It's a tangle web, man. It's a tangle web, boy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Good mugger, man. I like I said, I wonder what she going at. I mean, where he going at with this Nicki Minaj thing. That's it. And look, and the cold part about it is Brian still don't plan on. I don't think he letting her up off this stand anytime soon. He gonna go. He going with this. I don't think she was ready, man. She wasn't ready for this, right? She wasn't ready for this at all. She couldn't have been. Without a doubt, she could not have been ready for this one. No, sir. No, sirree. She couldn't have been ready for this. I think she thought that this would be over by now. And then the cold part about the game is the fact that everybody, most people, everybody's went under who their real name was, I believe, so far, except for this young lady. And guess what? And they exposed her anyway for being actually who she is. So the Mia thing didn't work. She got exposed for that. So now when she go anywhere, and if anything, she basically has made it difficult for herself to work. You know what I mean? And like I said, she said she didn't tell nobody about nothing until she got a lawyer. So in January 2024, this young lady had went to meet the prosecution in the Diddy's case and did not say anything about her being sexually assaulted. It wasn't until she hired a civil lawyer and intended on soon trying to sue Diddy to get some money, right? The cold part about the case is, when she sued Diddy, I think it was in 2017, she got $200,000. The situation with the mediation, it was a work attorney, an employment attorney, and they gave her $200,000. If something happened, then why didn't she mention it then? That's the part that I don't understand. If something happened, you could have mentioned that then all in one fell swoop. You know why she didn't mention? Because ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing happened. She lied. It's just as simple as that, man. Right. Wow. Mr. Steele, and Miss Ventura did the song Numb with Rick Ross. Mia, she did. Still. And I Love It with Fabulous. Mia, yes. Still. And do you remember Miss Ventura being in the studio with Kid Cudi? Getting to that Kid Cudi. Hello. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, she was the one that ran and told Diddy that Cassie was messing with Kid Cudi, ladies and gentlemen. This is supposedly Cassie's best friend. She was hating from the sideline, playing divide and conquer. Huh? Question, what you say? And do you remember Miss Ventura being in the studio with Kid Cudi? I don't remember the specifics. And Mr. Combs himself? Yes. Wow. Woo! My God. My God, my God, my God. Amazing. Lord, 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 Lord. You know the sad part about this, man, people think when they get money, at the end they get this, what you gonna do? I mean, because if you, man, what you gonna do? You know, she worked for Madonna, that's done. That's a wrap. Ain't nothing else happening now. Mia or Sarah? Wow. Wow. So if she wanted to be famous, if she wanted to be known, she's getting it. She's getting it. I mean, she's getting everything that she probably ever wanted to be in that sense, right? Wow. Let me see. See if we got some other context. on, y'all. Let's roll. Come on, Mr. Steele. Trying to look for this other context. Wow. Said, listen about the situation involving Madonna, right? The witness said she went to work for Ms. Madonna after being let go from Combs, refuting insinuation that she has not been employed and could not be a bidder with the defendant. Remember, she also testified that she couldn't get a job. Ladies and gentlemen, they've caught her in many lies, man. The witness said she went on to work for Madonna after being let go from Combs, refuting insinuations that she has not been employed and could be bidder with the defendant. In an 8-month stint with the Material Girl, Mia said she worked as an assistant in addition to the Icon's film division. Mia said she secured Madonna's gig independently without Combs' help. Right? Amazing. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, and this is from inside the courtroom, and I need you to understand this. One female juror appears skeptical of Mia's testimony. One female juror was seen smiling, seemingly enjoying the defense Brian Steele's cross-examination of Mia. It ain't going right. It ain't going the way they thought it was going to go with that old bullshit that they came with. Sometimes the juror widened her eyes and furrowed her brow, appearing skeptical of Mia's testimony. This is in-court observation of people who, Chloe Milas, who's in the courtroom, right? Reporting that one juror has been seen smiling, seemingly enjoying the defense Brian attorney's cross-examination of Mia. Sometimes the jury widening her eyes and furrowed her brow are appearing skeptical of Mia's testimony, ladies and gentlemen. They don't believe it. She's going to need more people. They're gonna need more people, ladies and gentlemen. Listen. Still, the TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about? Mia, my experience. Still, how a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs. Mia, a comedic version. So she was ready to pimp and pander on her relationship and cash in with her relationship with somebody who allegedly sexually assaulted her, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the audacity. Oh, the veracity. Oh, the unmitigated gall, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on here? What is going on here? Combs, Steele, what other films did you work on? Mia, Dope, Lawless, Undefeated, Steele. You enjoyed the projects. Yes, still. And you called the people a second family. We all called it that. Ladies and gentlemen, from what it looks like inside of the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, some of the juries are skeptical. You see the title of my video. That's not because I'm biased. That's because I'm listening. And so are you. Like I said, I appreciate everybody here. Hit the like button. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. It's a lot of these other YouTubers, as I'm watching you guys, I'm watching a lot of these other YouTubers. They don't seem like they're very happy, ladies and gentlemen. They don't seem like they're very happy, ladies. It's not coming up to what they thought it should be at this particular time. No, it's simply not. It is simply not. You know, A lot of people take gossip and what's the name as some kind of conviction, right? Or as law, if you will. Absolutely, they take it as law, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Let's go. Stay with me now. Here we go. Still, you thought Mr. Combs was a genius, Mia. At the time, still, you wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right? I wanted to continue following my dream. See, once again, what's the dream? What was the dream? Because we don't know about the dream. Still, do you, it said basically, do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than any other artist, right? I would think he's saying, do you, if Mr. Combs put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than any other artist? I don't absorb everything. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear this, ladies and gentlemen? She said she doesn't absorb everything. Right? What do you mean you don't absorb everything? Well, how does that work? How does it work? Still, who is Jason Wiley? Mia. He worked for the record label. Still, in budgeting, right? Wow. See, they peeling the onion back. They getting to the bottom of what's really going on here, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, this young lady should have never been. I don't know for what reason they really brung her forward. It has come out that this young lady did not mention to the prosecution in January of 2024 anything about a sexual assault in relation to this case, ladies and gentlemen. It was not until, right, the information, I don't know if it was how it was gathered from her attorney, Crawley, if you will, somebody by the name of Crawley, then gave the information to the prosecution. And I don't know if they were deciding whether if she would testify that he actually did something to her from that perspective. But I believe she went with the story, and it just doesn't seem to be true, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't. So much so that I just read you guys something from one of the jurors, and from an observation from inside of the courtroom from one of the jurors, who basically looking as if they do not believe this young lady, ladies and gentlemen. And they were smiling as Brian Steele was cross-examining her as if she was being exposed, ladies and gentlemen, right? Even during the weedy portions of testimony, trial attendees have remained engaged, if not invested, riding the elevator to the courtroom on the 26th floor of the federal courthouse. A woman wore a wristband that said, "Not guilty." She flipped the bracelet inside out when asked by the reporter about it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is serious, man. This is serious. This is very serious. And so, so that's where we are right now. I'm trying to get some more of this context for you guys. Contextual information. Let me see. Like I said, once again, the witness says she went on to work for Madonna after being let go from her job with Combs, refuting insinuations that she had been she had not been employed. Ladies and gentlemen, they found her to be lying. Remember, she said she hadn't been employed. She said she hadn't had a job, right? She said she hadn't had a job in that time, correct? She said she hadn't had a job, ladies and gentlemen. So they caught her in the lie. Let's go. Also, she said she got the job independently without Diddy's help, right? So now, what would that mean? She was claiming that Diddy could blacklist her and, blackball her from the business and all of these other things. None of those things happened. She still was able to receive unemployment, ladies and gentlemen. Do me a favor, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. I very much appreciate you guys. Each and every day we tune in here, man. Like I said, we need to get more people in here who need to be informed. Because like I said, a lot of times, man, we've been going on information that has not informed us about anything. Or basically straight up misinformation, if you will. So Mia said she secured the job with Madonna independently without Combs' help. The witness also accused Combs of reneging on helping her with the TV show she had developed. Now, I don't think that Diddy reneged on her. He just didn't want to do it. The show is about her dealing with Diddy from that perspective. It's like you want somebody to. I mean, he wasn't obligated to do that. I mean, according to, you know what I mean? When you think about the big picture, right? Like, come on now. Wow. According to what they described that was going on in the courtroom involving this one juror smiling and seemed like he's getting to the bottom of what's going on. You got to understand the legal strategy as far as Diddy's, on Diddy's side, because when you, like you say, the optics of a lot of things, right? Brian Steele with this young lady. And like I said, once again, yeah. And basically, I think Diddy fired her allegedly. What the defense attorney Brian Steele was kind of hinting at, because Mia, Sarah, basically she drank too much. She had an alcohol problem. See, that's another thing that she hasn't talked about, her personal demons, which the defense has brung up. You got to understand, ladies and gentlemen, she damn near been under cross-examination for the whole day. I still don't think by the end of the day, Brian's still going to be done with her. That's just me thinking out loud, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Another sidebar. Boy, hey, that's what they need to do, a TV show called The Sidebar, right? Steele, so he's in budgeting. Mr. Steele said, do you recall being given an opportunity to have your therapist notes be seen by the parties? Prosecution. Objection. Sidebar. Hey, let's go there. We going there. Hey, look, Brian's still going all the way there. Very important question. Do you recall being given the opportunity to have your therapist notes seen by the parties? Meaning the defense lawyers and the prosecution. Right? Hello. Prosecution. Objection. Mia, you're fucking our case up. Oh, my goodness gracious the Lord. All you need is one holdout, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you right now, all you need is one holdout on the jury. 2 is great. 3, man, I think that they know that they overreached. Yeah. All you need is one holdout, ladies and gentlemen. And according to the way this lady is looking right now, how they just described the lady on the jury, I think they got that holdout already. I think, and I also think that the prosecution is paying attention to this. Ooh wee, Mr. G. Now, let me say for the devil's advocate side of things, let me say this. Let's say potentially Diddy did have an opportunity to know somebody that knew somebody on the jury and you know, something crazy was going on, right? Then you really got to hold out. I'm not saying that that happened, but hypothetically, since they want to enter everything into the, you know, evidence, but the speculation, and I'm just speculating on that. But more importantly, based on the evidence, based on what I just read, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, you know, they was describing one juror, who was basically shaking her head and smiling as Brian Steele was cross-examining Mia. Ooh wee. Man. So she lied about not having a job and not being able to get work. I don't know if you guys remember in the beginning, she said that, right? Here's a picture from artist Elizabeth Williams, still at the lectern of Mia on the stand. You see Diddy in the lower left-hand corner looking at Steele. Like, yeah, Steele over here earning his money, boy. He earning his money. And let me tell you something. As much as people might say, oh, Diddy destroyed, he's this, that, and the other, man, people got a short attention span. With this social media thing, man, real short attention span. Like I said, as far as, endorsements and things like that, like I said, if what some of the reports saying Diddy's worth around about $400 million, you know what I mean? He got the house out here and what's the name? Worth selling it for $60 million, right? Dude, I mean, for most of what people really worry about, he won't really have that to worry about. I mean, his reputation. Guess what? And you gonna still see other women come around and play the game, ladies and gentlemen, because he's a rich man. He's a famous guy, if he happens to get off on this case, man. So, you can, like I said, you can almost count on that, like I said, at the end of the day. Diddy didn't own Revolt. He owned a piece of it, and the portion that he sold when the situation went down, he sold. He was an investor in Revolt TV, and so he was an investor, but he sold his piece like once everything started to go crazy. He said these witnesses are consistently lying in parallel. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, a lot of times that stuff is for hype and show, if you will. To get people to buy tickets and all of these other things that go on with with big business, if you will. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here we go. They're back. Steele, you never called law enforcement, right? Mia, I did not. You said when you were stopped while speeding in L.A., remember she dropped Diddy's name and didn't get the tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, check it out now. She said, remember you said when you were stopped while speeding in L.A., Mr. Combs got you out of it. You remember? I do. Did you ever think of calling Anonymously? No. Remember, she said she dropped Diddy's name when the police pulled her over. She said, oh, guess who I work for? She was like, Sean P. Diddy Combs. The police officer told her, get him on the phone. She called Diddy. Diddy answered, right? And was saying, yeah, the police officer said, I love you, Puff Daddy. And she didn't get no ticket. So she was using Diddy to get out of tickets. It was a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Did you think of ever calling anonymously? No. She didn't even think about calling anonymously, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that a problem? For most well-educated, civil-minded individuals, wouldn't that be a problem? Wow. Man. Great lawyering, man. Great lawyering by Brian Steele, man. This is great. This is great cross-examination. Brian Steele, he was meant to practice law, man. Like, dude, hella cross-examination. Absolutely, Anna Lee. It is funny. But what's even more crazier than that, it's funny that the prosecution is the one supposed to be, getting to the truth of the matter. The burden of proof is on them. And not that, that they, it's being presented in a different way. It's supposed to be vetted, the information, right? You vet the information. Like, look, if we say this, then they can use this. You know what I mean? If we say this, that they can use this. So this tells me that this information and this witness wasn't vetted carefully enough. Because if they have the same material, then I'm going to look at one thing and I'm going to be like, man, but they don't, there's no, consequence for the prosecution at all, right? I don't know if Diddy will sue the government for malicious prosecution based on the fact that they got a one-man RICO case. Which is crazy. I've never seen nothing like this before, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's ever been other than the situation with R. Kelly. I guess that's what he was charged with. But this situation here, man, this is in its own world. If you want to be perfectly honest. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Mr. Steele, when you say Mr. Combs hurt your arm, did you seek medical help? No. I would not have been allowed. Wow. My God. She would fail at an acting class. You mean to tell me, how wouldn't you have been allowed to go seek medical help? Who would have stopped you? What do you mean you wouldn't have been allowed? I don't even understand that, right? No, I wouldn't have been allowed. Still, did you take photos? No. Did you scream? No, I was in shock. She was in shock again, y'all. We done heard that word 15 times. I was in shock. Did you scream? No, I was in shock. Wow. A lot of times, man, let's be clear, man. A lot of people are racist, right? A lot of people use racial tropes and things like that. They use stereotypes and things like that. And so, this is now, it seems like she's kind of playing into that a little bit now. She's leaning into that a little bit. No, I would not have been allowed. Why? You were allowed to talk Cassie into going to the Prince party. What do you mean? Right? You were allowed to hide out with Cassie and do all of these other things. What do you mean? You know, man, did you scream? No, I was in shock. What do you mean you say slam your arm in the door? I mean, just as a reaction thing, you're what? Look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, the jury don't believe her no more. The jury don't believe her no more. I love how Brian Steele took her out, brung her back in, took her out, and brung her back in again. Because he's getting all of the testimony that he has, and then 1 minute she's saying one thing, and you know, as the end of the court, they usually get the court transcript from the court reporter, right? Man, this is not looking good. If they want to end this, if they want some kind of conviction now, they better go offer Diddy a plea deal. I think that they know that at this particular point. They better go offer him some kind of deal with no jail time or time served. Because they're not going to get nothing else. I just don't see it here. From this perspective right here, I just don't see it. For the people, listen to me, ladies. For the people who had been listening to the news over the past couple of months, right, I can understand how they have formulated their opinion based on the hype and pomp and circumstance of the news, right? But if you've been following along with this situation, gavel to gavel coverage, that's why I tell people, share this, man. Share this with people that you know. Tell them to come in and look at it and see it for themselves so that they understand what's going on. And they don't have to be told by the 6 o'clock news, you know, a snidbit or a tidbit about what's going on. Or you can refer them to this video, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? And so understanding that and what that means and where that stands, right? Like I said, once again, you know, this is what it's about. Being informed, right? And like I said, we've heard from other media outlets, some people who are actually in the courtroom, that the jurors are looking at Mia with a side eye. They side-eyeing this young lady. They don't believe none of what she really said. Like I said, we seen the tape of Diddy at the Intercontinental. He was wrong for putting his hands on Cassie. A domestic violence abuser for sure. Let's be clear. He came out and actually apologized and said that, yo, he was on drugs. Now I know a little bit more about with the testimony that's happened, that he went to rehab, that he overdosed, that all. See, a lot of this stuff we didn't know in the public, right? Now that I know all of those things, I can put it in its proper place. Like, oh, despite him being Diddy, having all his money, he was a drug addict, period. You know what I mean? And so I get it now. So him apologizing, I thought it was phony at first, but now that I see it, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, he was gone. Yeah, he was gone. He was on pills, ketamine. They say he was doing cocaine. You know what I mean? You know. Yeah. So like I said, and the money didn't matter. The money didn't matter because he had a lot of money. That was even more detrimental than it was anything for an average person because they might not have no money that day. He always had money. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Steele, before the 5 days you said you were awake, listen, you're going back to the beginning. Like I say, bringing her in, taking her out, bringing her in. Before the 5 days you said you were awake, did you ever stay awake that long? Mia, absolutely not. Steele, you testified you would give up all of the money if there had been sexual. Listen, once again, let me get that right. Mr. Steele, you testified you would give up all of the money if there had not been sexual abuse. Any discussion that you will make money by testifying? No. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you testified you would give up all of the money if there had not been sexual abuse. Any discussion that you would make money by testifying in this case. And she said no. But ladies and gentlemen, one must remember, it wasn't until she obtained a civil lawyer that she ever talked about sexual abuse. And in fact, in January 2024, when she went to meet with prosecutors in this case for the criminal case of the RICO case, right? She never mentioned anything to the prosecution about any kind of sexual assault at all until she obtained a civil lawyer in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you think that would have been something that she would have mentioned to the prosecutors? But today, that's what she's testifying, or not just today, Friday, that's what she testified to. Thursday and Friday, that's what she testified to. She's been on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, longer than Cassie Ventura. What were they trying to accomplish with this woman? They're not doing it. It's not going to work. Brian Steele's picking her apart. She said she didn't work after she left Diddy. She lied. He just got her to admit that she worked for Madonna. But she said she didn't work. This was immediately after she left Diddy. Good God Almighty. Man. For the people who are paying attention, I applaud you. For the people who are aware of what's going on, I applaud you. For the people who are in the chat, I applaud you. For the people who are listening outside the chat, I appreciate it. Like I said, your attention. More importantly, hit the like button, hit the share button. Mia, 1 minute ago. No, that's not even a thing, right? She's saying the money part of what he just talked about. Still, Your Honor, can I set up those other matters? Judge, yes. We'll break for that. Judge leaves, the witness leaves. A judge will convene if I like and can, right? So basically they went to set up something else, I guess. I don't know what this is, but this could be groundbreaking, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Steele is not playing with her, man. He is not playing. He's not playing. He's not playing. So look, let's try to find some of this other contextual information. Like I said, because from Inner City Press, we're not really getting everything, right? Here you go. Brian Steele, attorney, defense attorney Brian Steele, who's been conducting the cross-examination of Sean Combs' former personal assistant, asked her about the work she did after leaving Combs' employment in 2017. Mia testified under a pseudonym. She said she worked for Madonna for about 8 months and that Combs did not assist her in getting that job. Steele asked if there was any evidence that Mia had been blacklisted by Combs, then suggested she was able to move on with no retribution. Mia disagreed. Right? Basically, when she said that, well, he took away my TV show. What she said, he took away the TV show I created. She said, as well as the credit I was promised on other project she had worked on. If the project wasn't finished and you got fired or you were dismissed because of she had a drinking problem, you wouldn't get credit for those unless you wrote something or you know what I mean? That you had a real creative input involving something like that. If you no longer were there and you didn't work on that, and it still happened, you don't get credit for that. That's crazy. That she would even think that. Right? Remember, before, listen, defense attorney, listen to this, y'all. Defense attorney Brian Steele is trying to frame a text message that Mia, who is using the pseudonym in 2017 after she had been fired by Sean Combs, saying she was going to kill herself. This was one of the texts she sent. He suggested that the feeling of dread that being fired showed that she loved the job and would be willing to exact revenge for being dismissed, right? Meaning she had a vendetta against Sean P. Diddy Combs after he fired her, right? Ma'am, would you agree with me that the reason you wrote the text message exchange is because you love the job? Still asks. And Mia said, or Sarah said, my entire world was being ripped away from me. And even in hindsight, that world was awful. But I didn't know it at the time, Mia replied. Did you hear that, y'all? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, man, look, man. She's making every woman who's ever been sexually assaulted, sexually harassed, or anything of that nature, she's making these women look like fools. She said that she was going to kill herself because she lost the job. After saying that she had been sexually assaulted and all of these other things that she claimed had went on, right? Were you going to kill yourself? Right? Hold on. She said, and then Brian still said, ma'am, would you agree with me that the reason you wrote that text message exchange is because you love that job? Still asks. She said, my entire world was being ripped away from me. And even in hindsight, that world was awful. I didn't know it at the time, Mia replied. So she basically saying that she didn't know that being sexually assaulted, being assaulted, and all of these other things was awful. Wow. Man, like I said, you can't make some of this stuff up, bro. Also, when Brian still asks Amia, would she be willing to forego patient confidentiality and provide records from her therapy sessions with the defense? It is not clear whether he is serious about this proposal or if it's just a tactic to raise doubt in the minds of the jurors. Steele was warned by the judge to be careful with questions, and this specific one was previously objected to and sustained. True. So like I said, they went up to set up other matters. Said Mia says she never considered reporting Combs' abuse, even anonymously, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Sarah, a couple of questions about reporting the abuse she allegedly endured by Combs. The former assistant testified she didn't contact law enforcement about it. Did she contact law enforcement about it? She also said no when Steele asked if she ever considered reporting the alleged abuse through a woman's shelter, doing so anonymously, or asking a third party to report it for her. She said no. Wow. Another one, Mia says she didn't scream during the abuse because she was in shock. Defense attorney Brian Steele revisited Mia's testimony about the time Sean Diddy Combs allegedly slammed a door on her arm multiple times. Mia said that her arm was bruised, but she didn't seek any medical treatment. She said, I wouldn't have been allowed. She said, Mia said she didn't scream during the incident, even though it was painful. I was in shock, she said. Believe it if you will, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it if you will. Sean Diddy Combs supporters make their presence known. A small but very vocal contingent of Sean P. Diddy Combs supporters have been showing up at the trial since it started in May, at times creating a watch party-like atmosphere in the overflow rooms where they have been watching the same closed-circuit live feed that reporters see in the courthouse press room. So, say defense attorney Brian Steele revisited Mia's prior testimony of the violence she said she endured while working for Mr. Combs, noting that in 14 years, all she ever wrote about Mr. Combs were statements of admiration. Right. In 14 years, ladies and gentlemen, all this young lady, Mia, real name Sarah, has wrote about Diddy were statements of admiration. Mia testified that there was a time where Combs slammed a door on her arm and continued to apply pressure, leaving her bruised. She said that her only interaction with Combs interaction with Combs' human resources was for them to enforce punishment he wanted. So she was worrying about trying to get everybody else fired and not reporting the abuse that she alleged that Sean P. Diddy Combs had subjected her to. And then Brian Steele recalled her prior testimony, saying she was scared of being killed, asking Mia if there were times she felt she could die at Combs' hands. Wow. Woo-wee. Mia told the court that she had been threatened, her life and physically, that he had threatened her life and physically assaulted her. See, you know the sad part about this is that if everything was true, all she had to do was go to the if she would have went to the authorities, she would have got a check. He would have CTC'd. He would have cut the check. Simple as that. But now, I think her civil lawyer is probably rethinking this. Or better yet, yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, woo-wee. This has been one of those doozy days, man. Boom. Say, Mia, no, that's not even a thing. Steele, Your Honor, can I set up those other matters? Judge, yes, we'll break for that. Jury leaves, witness leaves. I wonder what we got cooking, man. They got something cooking, man. I think Mia might be a little nervous now. She might be a little nervous now. So yeah, let me see. So they should be coming back right now, ladies. It's been about said we're on a 10-minute break. The defense attorney Brian Steele said this morning they'd expect to be done cross-examination by Mia by lunch, but a preface that the timeline with I'm terrible. That timeline with I'm terrible. He said it is now an hour past lunch. Other witnesses are waiting to testify. Judge Aaron Submarinian said court will probably run late today to accommodate a witness with a flight back to Los Angeles tonight. So they planning on running late today, ladies and gentlemen. They planning on running late today, based on the fact they got somebody else coming up that has a flight to catch back to Los Angeles, if you will. So he's planning on being done with Mia today, but not done with her yet. Not just yet, Mia. Not yet, Mia. Let me see what else. I wonder who this other witness could be. The jury was dismissed for a brief break. The attorneys are still in the courtroom discussing some issues regarding Mia's cross-examination. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey said the prosecutors will be reordering the upcoming witnesses to accommodate for a custodial witness who has a flight later today because Mia's cross-examination is much longer than expected. Of course it is. You didn't think they'd be expected to be done. Like I said, once again, the prosecution took almost a whole day, well, it's like a day and a half. And then Brian Steele was let on her to do the cross-examination like half a Friday, and so this is where we are as far as this is concerned right now. Mia has been exciting though. She's definitely been a piece of work. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Here we go. They're back. Steele, nothing further. So the judge basically, judge, member of the jury, do not consider any of the testimony about this witness communication with her therapist, Miss Smizer, U.S. Smizer. Mia was posting to social media, part of her job. Mia, yes. So right now they're doing the redirect. Mrs. Smizer's doing the redirect. The prosecution. Mia, was posting to social media part of your job? Mia, yes. So they're back doing redirect, if you will. Brian Steele is done. He might come back after they're doing redirect and might ask her a few more questions, but I'm thinking they're probably going to get wrapped up with her pretty soon. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody here today. The prosecution, as part of that, did you post on your personal Instagram account? Mia, yes. A prosecution, what did Mr. Combs do if he thought you were not doing your job? Mia, I'd be yelled at and humiliated. Prosecution, did other employees also post for Mr. Combs' birthday? Yes. But the question is, did those employees allege sexual assault though, and still post? See, once again, You got to know the context. If you don't know the context, you'll be misled, right? So we back on a redirect, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I say, like I said, more importantly, it's more important to understand context than it is anything. Because people could tell you something, right? And you not be yeah, they kind of done with me. You can't really, you know what I mean? That went horrible. That went horrible, dude. The prosecution, the birthday video, was it for Club Diddy? Club Diddy? The hell is that? Mia, yes. Prosecution, did Mr. Combs co-own the water you were drinking? And did you say revolt the project when you worked on it at the end? Mia, yes. Prosecution, you posted about the good, not the bad times. Yes. I mean, you know how you wait for when the prosecution is doing the direct, right? You know how you kind of wait for like the bombshells that the witness could possibly drop, and then it comes up and it comes with corroborating evidence of what they're saying is true, so you can kind of make a determination on, oh man, I think they might got Diddy on this one. Oh man, you could kind of like lean towards either side you feel like the evidence is strong on. Like at this particular point on redirect, nothing that this young lady says is believable. I don't know if the prosecution knows that. You know what I mean? They should have just left it alone and let her just get off the stand. Because it looks like, you're trying to clean up, the mess that she made. And it's not really going to work. It kind of looks messy, if you will. Yeah, she posted about the good, not the bad times. So I know Brian Steele is over there gearing up. He probably do one more, a little bit of a cross, and then they probably be done. And then the prosecution will be like, no more questions, John. The next witness. And then we move on to the next witness. Context. Mm-hmm. She said, I posted about the good, not the bad times. It's part of your job. Like I said, I think the prosecution is trying to lead us to believe more. It's like they want us to give this young lady a little bit more credibility than she can muster up on her own. You know what I mean? It's like we want you to believe her, but like I said, what she just came and did was horrible. Like Brian Steele just dismantled her, man. It's like, and now her she has a civil lawyer. She's about to try to file a civil lawsuit. It's just simply not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Basically, the ex-assistant said, prosecutor, I mean, that's any job. Any job, like I said, I mean, it's one thing to be screamed at, somebody raised their voice at you. It's another thing when you're alleging that somebody sexually assaulted you, your boss sexually assaults you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're not doing your job, the boss may say something to you, right? Raise their voice or whatever, I mean, this is not actual testimony. Prosecution Madison Smizer is going through several of Mia's social media posts that the jury saw during cross-examination. Mia confirmed that promoting the events and projects in those posts were a part of her job. Smizer asked Mia what Sean Diddy Combs did when he thought she wasn't doing her job. I would be screamed at and humiliated. Well, humiliated is something that a term that you describe, a feeling. I felt humiliated, right? That, you know what I mean? So I would be screamed at, humiliated. See, you see how that works? You listen to the word. Okay, you would be screamed at. How you interpreted the scream if you weren't doing your job and you felt humiliated has nothing to do with what would happen, right? He would humiliate me. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's your feeling. That has nothing to do with what he would do, right? Made fun of, and my job would be threatened, Mia says, right? Mia confirmed that posting for Combs' birthday was also part of her job. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That is an absolute positive lie. It wasn't. You didn't have nothing to say other than happy birthday. You didn't have to post nothing for his birthday. You know what I mean? Unless you was kissing ass. You know what I mean? And trying to suck up to the boss. That's about it. Posting for his birthday was part of the job. No, it wasn't. Stop it. See? My God. Can we move on with Mia now? Because we're about done with her. Oh, why did you want to make the person who abused you happy? When he was happy, I was safe. Not when you got away. Not when you called the police and tried to get this maniac off the streets. This sexual abuser, this predator off the streets. You wouldn't have felt safer if he was in jail? Get out of here, man. See what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, right? Prosecutors, were you worried about your physical safety? It's just tiring. Mia, yes. I've been abused by Puff before. I knew his wrath. Oh, wow. I'm not even going for this no more. That's why I'm reading it so without the enthusiasm. Prosecutors, did you engage in a pro bono lawyer? Yes, because I'm going to sue. I wanted to get on the paddy wagon of getting money from Mr. Combs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me walk you back for the people who just come into the room now. Listen to this, y'all. So she was already paid. She sued Diddy for $10 million. When she sued Diddy for $10 million, she said it was for being fired, bonuses that she didn't receive, and so on and so forth, right? Listen now. And so she sued for $10 million. She got $200,000. The lawyer got $200,000, right? Okay. With that being said, During this time of suing, she mentioned nothing to the lawyer about any kind of sexual abuse. Now, if she had mentioned that, if it were actually going on, then she probably would have been rewarded more money. She didn't mention it because the lawyer, Brian Steele, said simply, because it didn't happen, right? In January of that was in 2017. In January of 2024, she meets with the prosecutors. During the meeting with the prosecutors, she does not mention anything about sexual assault. It is not until she hires a pro bono, now what they're saying, a pro bono lawyer to potentially sue Diddy civilly again for this alleged new now mentioned sexual abuse, right? It's not until she hires a civil lawyer that she says sexual abuse. So one lawyer you had when you sued for the workplace thing, when you got fired and you got $200,000, you mentioned nothing about sexual abuse. That would have been the time to do it, because now you could cash in. She didn't mention anything about it because it didn't happen, ladies and gentlemen. Every sexual encounter she had with Diddy was consensual. As simple as that. She goes to the prosecution. Listen to me. You're going to be testifying in a criminal case involving Sean P. Diddy Combs. You go and talk to the prosecutors in that case about what happened to you, allegedly, anything wrong, whatever. During that meeting with the prosecutors, she doesn't say anything about sexual abuse. That would be another real time to do that. She doesn't do it. It's not until she hires this civil lawyer that she mentions something about it, and then now she's coming to court to mention something about it. So if she mentions something about it in the criminal case, right? It makes her civil case more plausible. You get it? It's just as simple as that. But that's not going to work here, because now we've seen the cracks and holes in her case. Simple as that. You know, I'm not Diddy, but you know, whether he would settle something like that just to get it out of his, get it out of his hair, I don't know. Right? So the prosecution, right? Why did you meet with the government so much, Mia? So my story could be understood. Prosecution, why were you terrified, Mia, of Puff and the repercussions? What repercussions? There were no repercussions. You went to work for Madonna. He didn't blacklist you like you thought he would or like you felt he would, right? Prosecution, did the government tell you what to say? No, only to tell the truth. Of course not, right? See, now, listen, you got to understand something. That's how good Brian Steele's cross-examination was. The prosecution is now going back over it, trying to sure up her testimony for her, because they know she did a horrible job. Question, why did you meet with the government so much, Mia? So my story could be understood. No, your story, you don't need the government to understand your story, right? As long as you understood it and you were coming and telling the truth, you didn't need the government to understand anything, right? Right? Okay. So my story would be understood. Prosecution, why were you terrified, Mia, of Puff and the repercussions? What do you mean? What repercussions? For you lying? Because you didn't mention this to the employment lawyer. You didn't mention this to the prosecution. The same people that are asking the questions. Listen, AUSA. So she's saying, listen, y'all. You could see between the lie, because she just mentioned what she say. She said, so my story could be understood. But when you went to talk to the prosecution in 2024, you said nothing about sexual assault. So how could you possibly want to be understood if you didn't mention the truth about what they really needed to understand? This is Monday morning quarterbacking now. They're trying to show up her story. Prosecution, why were you terrified of Puff and the repercussions? What repercussions? Prosecutors, did the government tell you what to say? Why would you even ask that? She just said that she wanted you guys to understand her story. Right, no, only the truth. USA, Smizer, how do you feel about the public speaking? Mia, terrified. Prosecutions, can you explain that? Given that you have been in comedy. Woo! Oh, she's a comedian too. My goodness gracious, the Lord. What has gone on in this courtroom these past couple of days, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, let me go back on that one, man. The prosecution. How do you feel about public speaking? Mia, terrified. Can you explain that, given that you've been in comedy? Mia, I had Puff's permission for that. Hold the fuck on. She just asked her about public speaking, and she said she was terrified. And then she said, the prosecutor, how can you explain that, given that you've been in comedy? So you've done comedy, right? And she blamed that on Puffy. I had Puff's permission for that. Prosecution, any comparing to testifying about Mr. Combs sexually assaulting you? None. Wow, they reaching, y'all. This is like yeah. The prosecution at this particular point, I told you they were done. Look, check it out. Prosecution Smizer, why are you here today? Mia, if not, I couldn't look my goddaughters in the eyes and ever advise them what to do in this situation. The judge, Mr. Steele, any recross? Steele, no, sir. He ain't even gonna, listen, Brian Steele ain't even gonna waste his time. He know he crushed it. Ain't no need to go back over it no more, Yon. We got what we needed out of her. It's on the record. Point blank, period. Mia leaves. Mia leaves, ladies and gentlemen. Next witness. Next witness. Pathetic. Absolutely. Y'all seen it yourself. Look, the prosecution tried to clean that one up, boy. She couldn't clean that one up, though. The floor was dirty. She needed 3 mops. You know what I mean? She needed 3 mops and 4 brooms. Yes, indeed. And a new bucket. Because that was horrible. That was horrible. Who's our next witness, ladies and gentlemen? They better come with it. They better come with it. Next witness, the government calls Sylvia Oken. Where do you work, Oken? The Beverly Hills Hotel for 17 years. I'm the director of sales and marketing. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? They bring somebody up that does hotel reservations, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do reservations? This is like, okay, what? Give us the racketeering and corrupt organization information. This is not it. This is not it. So they use Opera when people book hotels, right? I don't even think they're gonna cross-examine this witness, ladies and gentlemen. They brought this lady out to New York. I'm sure she probably went to Tavern on the Green or somewhere, have some lunch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can't even see the case. It's getting weaker and weaker by the moment, ladies and gentlemen. The case is getting weaker and weaker by the moment. Weaker and weaker by the moment. See if any other context has come through. These quotes by the media is so funny, right? She said, when asked, Mia reiterated her previous testimony that she didn't feel like she could have ever left her job with Sean Combs. But then when he fired her, she said she wanted to kill herself. What the fuck is going on, man? I would have been stripped of any credibility, like you just got stripped of on that stand. Would have lost, wouldn't have been able to get a job. That was a lie. In the same industry that I wanted, and would have lost anything I knew. She said, when she tried to leave her job once, Combs' chief of staff told her to go back. Mia testified. Mia also testified again that she feared for her physical safety. Like I said, once again, by Mia, Sarah. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the context of what's been going on, for the people who've been in the room, we understand that, it's simply not what it's supposed to be. Oh, boy. So who booked the hotel for Mr. Combs? Like, dude, really? My goodness. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. We appreciate you. She also testified as part of Mia's testimony. She said, human resources only punished me unjustly. Also fired Kayla for even discussing Cassie's abuse. They wouldn't have believed me, and I would have been fired immediately, Mia said. Smizer asked Mia what she worried about, what she worried would happen if she disclosed that Combs had sexually assaulted her. That I wouldn't be believed, that I would be wiped out. What are you talking? This is what a person believes, man. This ain't got nothing to do with somebody told you, somebody making threats to you. And then this is the sad part about it. It's like, I believe that he would, that has nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? I believe I would, she said, I wouldn't be believed. I would be wiped out. I would be abused, fired, and somehow made to look like I was crazy. I was a crazy person making everything up. Right? Right. Okay. Because you do kind of look like that now after that cross-examination from Brian Steele. Yeah. Saying that she didn't work after she left the after she left and then find out that she worked for Madonna. Combs' defense ended its cross-examination, allowing prosecutors to redirect Mia's testimony. I think they ended the her cross-examination because they had to get this other witness in, because the other witness has to be back in California, I guess, for work or whatever, because she works at the Beverly Hills Hotel. And like I said, you know, the Beverly Hills Hotel got to be careful about them testifying in this trial, because, you know, revealing too many things can make other celebrities and people like that not want to stay there. And they definitely lose business. So they got to tread lightly on this. That's how that usually works. Combs' defense team ended cross-examination, allowing prosecutors to redirect Mia's testimony. Mia was asked about her work with Combs, which included managing all of Combs' social media presence. She testified that if Combs did not feel like she was doing her job, she would be punished and her job would have been threatened. This apparently included postings for Combs' birthday. I love how they wrote that one. This apparently included posting for Combs' birthday. As Mia told the court, she would have been in trouble if she didn't post for Combs' birthday. Oh, okay. Right. That's not true. That was, you can see clearly by the post that wasn't something that she was supposed to do. We played it earlier. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Let's do it like this. Check it out, y'all.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I am so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday. Revolt.
As you can clearly see, right? She did say revolt at the end of the thing, but that was using profanity. Oh, let's fuck shit up. Let's all that. This is on her own personal Twitter. Instagram, if you will, right? And so where that would be something that would be involving something that she needed to do based on her job, I simply don't see it. But, you know, it's a little strange. A little strange, man. Yeah, a little strange. It's nothing interesting. This lady from the Beverly Hills Hotel is like, what are they? We're trying to get into the meat and potatoes of the matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, the lady who does reservation work. Yeah. It's a system called Opera, so if you want to stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel, yeah. Do. This is like, if I take you back, because we still waiting for them. This is the one of the earlier, about an hour ago. Brian still asking her. So Combs. So you were not blacklisted? No. Still no retribution. Remember, she thought that she would be blacklisted and all of this, that, and the other, what she testified to basically in the recross. None of that happens. She said he took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. You told the jury you were surprised when you were let go, right? Mia, I did. You were let go for drinking. No. Still, he asked her, you remember Mrs. Ventura, a video call, And so he was going through the celebrity aspect. But the funny part was when he asked her about that, about the situation involving her not being blacklisted, because she came up with all his beliefs and these feelings about how Diddy, was going to be in charge of blacklisting her, and she won't be able to get a job because so on and so forth. Simply didn't happen, man. Simply didn't happen. And like I said, me understanding like when they write out these the story headlines, that the headline to get you to click or whatever. I understand it now to be just this total game of whatever. And like I said, this to get you to jump in and try to see if what's going on is actually true. A lot of times it's simply not true, ladies and gentlemen. Simply not true. So I get that now. I didn't understand that at first. I was like, oh, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Prosecutors. Does Opera link a customer's alias to their real name? Yes. Prosecutors. And this one, who is it really? Who is it really? Oken, Sean Combs. Prosecutors. Can a guest change his or her alias? Yes. So he's checking in under aliases. What do you do? What does that mean, man? Come on. She did this with what was that? The other hotel, the other hotel staff came in and testified. Like they did this with them. Like I said, it didn't work. Wow. Okay, so we know that he can change his alias. Okay. Urban Sweet Spot. Yeah, this is embarrassing. This is crazy. Ray Johnson in the building. Urban Sweet Spot. Riz Lyricist. Weeglies. Classy. Yaya Kids. Mon Dizzle. Anthony X. Kid Daltz. Mark Jag. Lady J. Queens for Life. Naman McKnight. Mo Better, what's good, Mo Better? Welcome back. I mean, right, yeah, right. I know they want to talk about the damage of the hotel. Like, dude, what the hell? What are we doing? I mean, so far they talking about him using an alias. I know the judge got to be mad at this one. You know what I mean? Like what? Like they stopped Mia to go into the lady that works for the Beverly Hills Hotel. Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to everybody in the chat. Do, 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 do. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecutor. How is this paid for? Oken. It's to T. Fletcher, right? At Bad Boy, paid by an AMX of Sean Combs, right? So hold on. So if it's the hotel, I guess, paid for by T. Fletcher at Bad Boy, paid by an AMX of Sean Combs, right? So that means that's his personal card, right? Prosecution. What's this? The folio or bill for room 259. What's this? A $500 charge for oil damage. We know he's the baby oil king, Astro Glide man. You know what I mean? So okay, they reporting on this like he messed up the room, but he still owed money on it and he couldn't pay for it. Black Cash Dreams, what's good? Smoke, what's good? Yo, they reporting on this like she said, well, what's this? She said a $500 charge for oil damage. Okay, they're gonna get somebody to come in, whatever oil's there, they're gonna get them take it out. Whatever stains, whatever, you know, he paid $500. Simple, right? Okay. I know the jury's sitting there like, really? Oil damage? They like, what? Baby oil damage? Wow. I like I said, I bet dollars to donuts that the that the defense, I bet you Diddy's defense attorneys, I bet you they don't even cross-examine this witness. They're gonna be like, no questions, John. Wow. Mm, 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 mm. And like I said, if they're trying like T. Fletcher, people like that, if they're an assistant, that's their job to go book hotel, right? It's just as simple as that. I mean, like, what are they like? Oh, they facilitated the freak offs or whatever. No, if you got a job and your job is the person's assistant, and they tell you to go book him a hotel room, no matter what he was going to do when he got there, right? 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 Basically, the jury sees the hotel record lists Ventura as an accompanying guest on the reservation, right? Of course, that was his girlfriend. What did they want? Sylvia Oken, the director of sales and marketing at the Beverly Hills Hotel, said she recalls some reservations made for Sean P. Diddy Combs under the alias of Frank Black. Oken said it's common for guests in the entertainment industry to stay at the hotel under an alias. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you, listen to me, man. Y'all got to listen to what I'm telling you. Sylvia got to be careful because they will dismiss Sylvia ass so fast over at the Beverly Hills Hotel, ladies and gentlemen. She will not know why she lost her job. You have a lot of high-powered people that come from Saudi Arabia, people that, I'm talking about big money, people that come up there and stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel for months. At times like this, I had a friend of mine who worked for a Saudi prince, and they come due. When they come, they spend money. You know what I mean? They be staying there. They had the security dude staying in like the Beverly Hills, and for a month, for 2 months, or however long they're gonna be out here. And it's like, Sylvia got to be very careful because a lot of high-powered people, go over there and stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel. So basically, Sylvia Oken, and she's telling the truth. The director of sales and marketing at the Beverly Hills Hotel said she recalls some reservations made for Sean P. Diddy Combs under the alias Frank Black. But she also said that it's common for guests in the entertainment industry to stay under an alias. She said that the hotel's guest profiles contain both celebrity, real names, and their alias. The jury also saw a hotel record that showed Cassie Ventura was listed as an accompanying guest. So they weren't that wasn't that they were trying to hide anything, right? On the reservation, she had full access to the reservation and could charge things to the room. Right, that was his girlfriend, right? Do they still want Cassie to be his girlfriend? We're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you? The prosecution, no further questions. Cross, the defense. The accompanying guest was Cassie Ventura. Listen, the only thing that the defense asked, the accompanying guest was Cassie Ventura. Oken, yes, defense, nothing more. Ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you? That was so weak. If this is their case, it's done. Like I said, I appreciate everybody coming through, all of the birthday wishes, man. I appreciate you guys. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you before, we will be here tomorrow. We do not know who's on the witness list tomorrow. Hopefully it's much more robust like Mia was. Like I said, if you have not gotten the book, you got to get this book, ladies and gentlemen, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, by a guy by the name of Donald Richardson. Also, who was at Rikers Island with Tupac, Mr. Richardson, no relation to me. The book is on Amazon. You got to read it. Like I said, you can go over there on Amazon and check out the brief synopsis of the book, for free and read it. Like I said, once I got wind of it, I couldn't put it down. I was like, yo, also I did an interview with Mr. Richardson on The Art of Dialogue, which shall be released soon. You definitely want to check it out. And he goes into detail about some of the things in the book, as well as things that he's never discussed before. Like I said, once again, the book is on Amazon. I appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, once again, thanks for the birthday wishes. We will be back tomorrow. And your boy DELRAY, straight game. Like I said, everybody in the house, I appreciate you guys. Let me go back for some shout outs. Let's go back for some shout outs, man. Who we got? A Scorpio, Poe the Great, YouTuber, came in late. Yaya, thank you very much. I appreciate you for the birthday wishes. And the donation. Black Rocker, Queen for Life. It's She, Smoke, King Deuce, I Rock Jays, always a pleasure. Judan, Scorpio, Wigglies, Mar Dizzle, who else? Mark Jag, Queen for Life, NK True, Ray Johnson, Lady J, Anthony X, Poe the Great, McCann Cornell, if I'm pronouncing that right. Who else? Judan, Urban Sweet Spot, Jimmy Parson, Smoke, and all of the people who are watching that have not subscribed to the channel. Please do. Like I said, I appreciate your time. At any rate, like I said, your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. I holler at you tomorrow. Straight Game.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. remember they used to laugh at a brother.